Okay, okay. What up, folks? Uh, there it is. I forgot to do this. There we are. That was the Spotify thing. Whatever. Yo, what up, Ritos and Exotic and Keep 5? How's it going? Is she growing up so fast? Yeah, a little bit. She's still still a little puppy to be sure. Did I catch the games live? Yes, I did. Yes, indeed, I did. We're gonna be reviewing them and reviewing highlights. I'm not gonna do like the full like watch party. Let's just rewatch it again. Doing the same thing that I was doing last weekend. Made notes during the matches of moments that I would like to cover and highlight. Either pointing out something cool that somebody did, pointing out something questionable that happened, pointing out any like cool races, whatever things of note to talk about. So kind of just a strategic analysis of the most important moments of the games. Took the camera to the botanical garden and the zoo, so you're gonna do some photo editing. Ooh, very fun. I've enjoyed seeing those photos in the Discord. You were watching the bingo matches today. Series' DLC is formidable. Yes, yes, indeed. He is very, very good. Yes, indeed. All right, let's more or less get right into it, I think. How's the chat with it being this big? Is that too much overlap? I can make the screen smaller. I can give you guys a little bit more like black space or whatever. I can also just make you a little smaller. Probably still readable in that kind of way. Looks a little sloppy. Whatever. All right. So the first note that I wanted to make about these games is basically right off the bat. Let's see. So they both identify Wretch as being like the most important class in this game because of the great sword with bleed on it. And I think I really like what Aggie does here as the Wretch, where the Aggie series games were so good. Yes, yes, they were. I have a lot of notes about these. There was a lot of interaction points that happened. Very, very good matches. Very exciting to watch. So I didn't leave a timestamp on this, but it's more or less near the start of the game. So they go and get like the first Grace. Doesn't really matter which. Aggie's at Gatefront. Sirius is at Aguila Lake North. But immediately, Aggie goes to Haligtree for cash, and Sirius goes to Mountaintops for cash. And this is a pretty big difference here in like a really cool way because of this right here. This is a armor set that you just like get along the road, and it's like really really nice when you start as Wretch to be able to just get like some armor because but most importantly, whenever you have like no armor on, it means that you get insta status basically. So if there's any like falling star beast or any NPC that does bleed to you or whatever, you have a much higher chance of getting a one shot. Obviously the resistances and stuff from the armor are also nice for staying alive, but the chance of getting one popped by something like an omen killer potentially or whatever, like it's really nice to have this armor. So I really like that he went for that. Meanwhile, Sirius goes for the slightly faster Mountaintops money and doesn't get armor. You heard Chemist isn't playing anymore. That is correct. Chemist did not enjoy bingo and had a talk with Dom, and they decided to find a replacement, which they did. What up, Aladdin? How's it going? Would I say that Ordina is more valuable for Wretch at the start because of the Black Knife armor? Ordina is typically kind of in a weird middle ground. So like there's four meta places to go for free money on the ground. There's either mountaintops, which takes the cake in terms of speed. There's next in terms of speed, Ordina, which has a little bit of utility with the freezing greases and the crystal darts. Then there's Haligtree, which like has the like it's honestly about as fast as Ordina. Like Ordina's pretty slow, and Haligtree gets you way more money than Ordina does, and like you could get the 10 stone if you're super interested. I never am, but it's just like more money and armor set very, very quick. And then the final one being Moog, which you do for the most amount of money and to obviously set it Moog Lord of Blood. And so whichever one you choose is based on like the needs of the game. It's pretty rare to have a game where Ordina feels like the best place to go, but it does happen. It does happen. It's also Stray Mimic for 90k. There's that much money in the Stray Mimic place. The problem there is like you only get a quarter of a square at max if you go towards Stray Mimic tier, because like the only reason that you would ever go there is NPC bosses. So getting like you're getting your setup for a quarter of the square when it's like not super fast is probably not exactly what we're interested in. But I did not know that there was that much money there. The 10 stone is worth it if there's a Melania. Melania is more about not getting one shot than it is about being plus 10. Like obviously low damage hurts, but like it's not a huge deal to kill her at like plus 8. Like you can kill her at plus lower if you have statuses and stuff. It's really just about like not getting one shot and being locked in for the fight, which damage does reduce the amount of potential hits that you do take, but I wouldn't say that it's like a prerequisite to being able to kill Melania. Like once you get to plus 8, there's Somber level, there's really not that much of a damage difference between 8 and 10. It's like faster, sure-ish, sorta, but like, yeah, you can definitely take everything. For me, okay, and this is a personal take, like I pay a lot of attention to how diminishing returns feel when I'm playing, because like I don't want to devote my time and energy into something that has what I feel to be big diminishing returns. So like if there's a power creep to your power, or sorry, a power curve to your power in bingo, it might look something like this, or it might look something like that, or whatever. Probably not the latter one, actually. It might be like that. That's probably the more realistic shape. So if hang on, I want to get the right shape. It's important to me. So if this is like about the power creep, where like here is your stone upgrades, I should use a different color for that. Where like this period is your stone upgrades, like and then like up here is like the next level of stones and stats and shit like that. Like this is the area that I'm most interested in. And in the DLC, this is talismans, this is infusion on the weapon, and this is your first couple levels of Skidoo. This here is like buffs, is your next 6 levels of Skidoo, is your next like 40 points of stats or whatever. And in the base game, this is like Somber 8 to Somber 10 and like all the stat dumps or whatever. So like to me, I'm more interested in hitting this upgrade region in an efficient way, and way less interested in hitting this region. Like if it happens, cool, but like usually there's just more important things to think about. Like if you're spending time, for example, getting that 10 stone around Moog or whatever, and Moog is super important, and your opponent just goes in +9, and you're like dancing around with a little like nerd sanguine noble, quitting out, going back to round table, blah 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 blah. Just like nah, not interested. I've tried it. I don't care for it. It's just I'd rather just get in the fight. What's the random text string over my head? That's a good question, actually. What the hell is that? Is this? Oh, that's the board info. So if I were in a lobby, that's that. That's that. I'll turn that off. All right. Anyway, back to the game. So that was my first note. Was I really liked that Aggie chose Halag Tree for his initial money to get that armor set. Meanwhile, Sirius goes mountaintops for the speed. And then what do we do from here? From here, kind of nothing happens for a little bit. They're just kind of getting their weapons set up. Yada yada yada. The next note that I have is so they both do like Lakeshore Merchants, and then Sirius goes here. And I made a note of this at the time because I thought it was really interesting, and it didn't come up in the game, but I would still like to talk about it. So he goes and does this early Crucible night, um, for Limgrave bosses. This was the first board of the day, so I don't like fully remember exactly what was going on. Oh, Everjail Center Square. Yeah, yeah. So Sirius is eyeing up this guy in conjunction with this guy. Totally perfectly good play. No no thoughts there. The thing that is interesting is that when he kills this Crucible Knight, when does he check? Does he check here? Or does he warp out immediately? There it is. You could barely see it, but it's Catch Flame. So, right here. So he basically has Catch Flame for like the entirety of this game. Yo, what up, Violet Rose on YouTube? How's it going? So one thing that I like to do when I do like kind of a weird check or whatever that gives me the like a really busted sorcery or incant for this square right here. I like to try and do it at kind of my earliest convenience because like I don't want to give my opponent the chance to like stumble into it. And like for instance on this board, like Aggie is relatively likely to do two or like attempt two Everjails and the or come back for the Weeping Boss at some point anyway, because it's just like sometimes you just kill that Crucible Knight for that. And so I was kind of thinking that Sirius might be a bit more interested in this incants only square, as kind of like I found this first and I want to capitalize on it as best I can. But he didn't wind up doing that. What I was thinking might happen is once he does do the Everjails and has two bosses, I was kind of expecting him to potentially eye up Stormveil to get Godric. So Godric with Catch Flame would give him this. It would give him a check for this, the Remembrance. And what else? Painting rewards, progress. It would reduce his bow only, but like you could just do Radon with that if you really felt the need to. And then the more of these you kind of take away, when I say these, I mean these squares, the Killer Remembrance with, the harder it is for your opponent to get into capital. So it kind of like stakes more prio on Moog as well. Like it doesn't stake infinite prio on them, but the more of them you take away, the less appetizing it is to pursue into capital. So I really like if you find something that's very strong for this to like try and do it early in like a way that feels good. And I think that would have been a nice call for him. It didn't matter because Aggie soft locked himself out of it. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it didn't matter. I mean, the whole point of like doing these rundowns and stuff is like pointing out things that like I made a note of in the moment that could have happened, that could have been interesting, just things to note and like think about how things might have played out differently. This isn't like a watch party, right? Like we're not just like watching it back being like, "Oh shit, look at that. That's crazy. What a hype moment or whatever." Like that's not what this is. We're doing breakdown here. So when Sirius sees Knight's Cav, he decides to rush Limgrave, and then I think he kind of second guesses himself. So he goes straight this way for the Pumpkinhead, which is a 0 synergy boss on this board. Like, yeah, it's kind of a grace to come back for the Underground, like Fingerslayer Blade or whatever. But he already has that grace at Darrowwill. So, like, it's not super important. So he goes and does this, and then he's like, wait, it's a little tough to just, like, kill two more unsynergistic Limgrave bosses. Because, like, for every one that you kill, you're just wasting time. Or like wasting time, but it's like you're if your opponent basically like snipes you on it by doing the fast ones or whatever, then that means that you have progress elsewhere. So if you did like a death rate bird or you did a catacomb or something, then they get the one square, but then you have prio on like the two next ones, which is kind of better as far as like the base game goes. It's something that took me a long time to kind of wrap my head around when it came to playing the base game, is like just always go for the greedy synergy because it always pays out down the line. And then like a very common best case scenario is your opponent isn't even working on this square and then you get all of them, which is even better. So I think it's very rare to want to just bum rush this shit in kind of a vacuum. Like there's so much open on the board. There's so much that Aggie could be doing from Sirius's perspective. And then after he kills that Pumpkinhead, you can see he's headed up this way for some more synergistic options. Catacomb, Deathray Bird, that kind of stuff. Potentially like Duelist for the Catacomb would have been fine. He chooses to do a Black Knife, which is also okay. But I like it's kind of it's hard to explain. It's kind of one of those moments when you're feeling like you're in a pro match or whatever, and the pressure's on and you want to perform and stuff, and then it's like, wait a second, take a beat. I'm not playing good bingo. I'm going fast because I feel like I need to overperform in this moment. And so I like that he kind of recognizes that and stops himself from making a bad play and then starts to go get some more synergy. So that was a really, really nice play that I wanted to call out. Meanwhile, Aggie's just kind of getting upgraded here. Nothing really of note. He did the great sword check. He found Alabaster. there was some Alabaster diff today, but not a huge difference for the most part. But we'll get to that. Okay, so Sirius goes through this, does his Black Knife, no big deal. And then this next play is a little weird. So he goes and finishes Black Knives, which is fine. It does like build out this row. But like commentary, I think kind of hit the nail on the head, which is like, why are we then going for the Catacomb on top of that? Like, yeah, it builds out a complementary row 3. But if you mark 2 Black Knife Assassins, like there's no way, I don't think, that your opponent is going to suddenly rush Catacombs. So just like take a beat, go get set up somewhere else, and then like go kill the Duelist or something for your second Catacomb. Go get a little bit more value out of the play. Or like go upgrade. Like one of those two things. But it's like it'd be very strange for Sirius to mark this square and then Aggie to mark this square before Sirius could get something else out of the map. So and here we also see a great instance of the armor diff. So he does get this Black Knife, takes like a nice patient fight, opens up the Semshade, but then here he's like, no vigor, no armor, just like grabbed, murdered, has to reset, dies again. And like hypothetically, like he didn't get killed by it in this setting, but like I'm like 95% sure that Semshades do bleed. So if he got like hit twice by the Semshade, he gets like blood procced and insta killed. It's probably enough damage regardless without the blood proc even, because he just has literal no vigor. But yeah, pivot's there, but does waste a good deal of time. So that was a little bit tough. That put him a bit behind. Because like if we kind of take a snapshot of the game, get this out of here. She's like licking her thing on top of all of my wires and pulling down the controller and such. So if we just take a like little snapshot of the game in a vacuum, like say Sirius hadn't been dying to that Semshade for a bit and instead got like progress towards getting his +6 stone, like the all-important Somber 6. Whenever there's like this 5 bosses in Altus or whatever, it is pretty feels good to just like go do old Altus. You just get one of those bosses ticked off, you get your 6 stone, no questions asked, move on with life. So that's really cool for him, for Aggie here. Like that's exactly what Aggie's doing. Love this play. But like say Sirius was like right where Aggie is right now. If we look at the board state, it's like Sirius has center square, which is huge, and then he's also got an open threat. And Aggie's kind of got nothing going on threat wise. Like Domo's very interested in this column right now. But really, like, I feel like Sirius probably could have got like the duelist bosses a little earlier if he didn't pursue that Sem Shade in that catacomb there. Um, and just like got a more synergistic catacomb. Like you did what you needed to do. You got the black knife, so can kind of move on. Anyway, I can keep going a little here. What was the next note that I had? Okay, at 27 minutes, I have a note about Tree Sentinel. Oh, yes, okay, I think I know what this is. So, okay, so he doesn't, he goes and does the upgrades, which, again, I feel like he should have been doing instead of doing the Sem Shade. We can skip past that. Aggie's just continuing to farm Altus bosses. I believe he was more upgraded than Sirius. I think Sirius jumps ahead of him here. I forget if Aggie went like a rod, actually. I could go back and look, but whatever. Yeah, that's not like a rot damage, I don't think. Anyway. Or if it is, like, Fort Greatsword does have pretty low AR. It's just got, like, bleed, which is nice. He does swap over to Alabaster. Okay. So then Sirius is back in here. Gets his catacombs. Cool. He does build a column, but because of the little incident, Aggie got to pull ahead on Altus bosses. But this one, excuse me, this is what I had a note of, where it's like, here, I believe this is a little goofy. Sirius is very interested in tree bosses. I wanted to use the other color. Sirius is very interested in tree bosses, which, like, it does progress his diag, it does progress his column 5, and it does block Aggie's row 1. So, like, positionally, there's a lot of value in it, but this is a pretty slow square. Like, anytime you see, like, 5, unless you can get a lot of synergy out of it, it's pretty slow, and in order to rush it, it's like pretty painful. So having to kill this guy, I don't think he does any watchdogs for his line with this. And like watchdogs are kind of slow, so like you don't really feel comfortable pushing tree bosses if you're also interested in watchdogs. Or if you're taking the time to do watchdogs, like it makes this feel tense, just because it's so much longer. Also, could have been a catacomb, but like this square here feels not amazing to me, and like the thing that I wanted him to do here is I wanted him to capitalize on this incant at this point, because like even though Aggie's probably gonna like knock this out and nullify the line, it still does like the same stuff that this square does in terms of like progress a diagonal, block the row 1, etc. But it's like this to me just feels a lot better because of the reasons I described when he got the incant in the first place, which is this remembrance boss square down here, getting access to the paintings, getting access towards the capital, like all that stuff to me just feels better. So, and again, he got catch flame, so like he gets to jump ahead on this. So I don't know. I would have rather seen that. I think it just like would have been faster than doing all these tree bosses. But that was the note that I made. I think like the dueling threats in the columns wound up being a pretty interesting like game. So like I'm happy it happened, but I don't know. I didn't vibe with the tree sentinels, or the tree sentinel and the tree bosses square. Yo, what up, wagon? How's it going? We're just doing our traditional rundown of the highlights after the big game day. Okay. Let's see. So I also had a note that I don't remember why I made this note, but at 29 minutes, Aggie goes for a Knight's Cav. Why did I make a note of this? Aggie Knight's Cav. Was I just thinking I wanted him to do different Altus bosses? I guess it was kind of the same deal, I suppose, of like the same way that Sirius had kind of rushed the Limgrave Weeping bosses. it felt like Aggie was maybe doing the same, because there's still like some pretty good value in Altus that like I don't think you need to rush this. Like hypothetically, you could do a tree boss with the ulcerated tree spirits. You could do bell-bearing hunters. There's like technically two in Altus between Elemer and the one in Capital Outskirts. Lanciax is on the board. Also, Elemer, as we've seen, like has some painting synergies. Like there's the painting, bell-bearing hunters, which leads you up to Lanciax. So there's like a little like hidden value in this. A little hard to see in the middle of the game. So like it's, you know, it is what it is. There's also like this watchdog here for the Glovewort bell-bearing, and he does kind of head up that way to prep it with the Tibia Mariner. This I like a little better because he does have Sacred Blade on, so he does get to melt this thing. But Domo also mentioned it in the broadcast right here, where Aggie just goes for like some smacking on the horse, whereas with any great or larger weapon, you get a guaranteed stagger on the tibia there, and so he doesn't teleport away and summon his goons and stall and stuff. So, little bit of a cleanliness moment that could have happened. Then, as far as like what Sirius is up to, again, still just pushing the tree bosses. It is good that he is getting a bit of value out of progressing this, which doesn't wind up being a super important square this game. But obviously he doesn't know that at the time. I again, this still feels, even though this column is now blocked, it still feels better to me to go do this. But anyway, I won't harp on it all. I won't harp on it all review. Okay. Then in just a little bit, I have a note for, what is Aggie? Okay, so Aggie is making a nice play here. How did he get here again? This must have been from earlier. I forget how he got to Third Church. When did he set this up? Anyway, the power of Third Church here is pretty like noticeable. And I think like going here was a very, very nice play from Aggie. It's got this Garank. You can go for a Putrid avatar from Garank. You could kind of go for like the bell-bearing hunter. You could kind of go for the paintings, but yeah, I think like the other thing that didn't really come up is like magma worms. Like this right now is a super nice square for Aggie because it progresses a row and a column for him. And once you get to Third Church, it's like really not that bad to go kill that magma worm, and then you can go kill Theo for a ton of money, ton of juice, get rolling. And also, the duelist bosses. Like, he does wind up doing the skip to go get the second duelist boss. He went to the Third Church at the very beginning. Gotcha. So, yeah, I quite liked having Third Church here. Also, the Watchdog duo. I couldn't remember exactly why I wrote that note, but, like, as I'm reading more and more of the board, it's, like, so much is in Third Church. Like, we can just count, like, one... I won't count the avatars, but 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, like regardless of whether you're going for the Kaled one, you do get the Limgrave one along the way. So I don't know, 5 squares around 1 Grace. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good value. So I really like Aggie's decision to go to Third Church nice and early this game. Really, really good. All right, so I got another little note. Oh, right. When Aggie does go for duelists, which is at the 39-minute mark, roughly. Okay, so as he's running through here, this Grace... Hang on. Get my marker back. This Grace is really nice because it's basically kind of like free along your way, and there's a... Or there's another Grace over here, but either one of those Graces he probably could have grabbed. It's either like a little bit of progress towards the Magmorm, but more importantly, I feel because he's he winds up being interested in this square, which is pretty like obvious at this point because he's eyeing up the duelist bosses. He has a Haligtree half, and he is kind of interested in blocking that column from Sirius. So this bow only, when you grab that Grace and Kaled, it's right next to a merchant who sells some like fire arrows and shit, which like people have been opting mostly for just like the Kale arrows, but like the elemental arrows do a lot more damage than just basic arrows. So having access to the fire arrows is really, really nice. I think the people have been opting most like in large part to the for the crossbow because of the rot bolts that you get in round table, and I think the fire bolts actually come from the other Kaled merchant, so maybe he was gonna just do the crossbow check, and then like hypothetically he has that Grace in South Aeonia for fire bolts, so you know. But keeping your options open is nice. Sometimes you find a pretty unusable crossbow, and it's just like there's some pretty fast bow checks, so you can just go do a bow check real quick and be happy with that. But either way, having another Grace, like he does have Third Church, but another Grace for all that Watchdogs, Magma Worm stuff that we talked about earlier is quite nice. Oh, yeah, I also had another note from a little earlier with Sirius's route. Oh wait, no, my note was wrong. I had looked away to I think write this note about what Aggie was doing, and I missed that Sirius grabbed this Grace. I had made a note that it was like not good for him to skip that Grace for a similar reason of like magma worms. He can come back for the duelist if it was still there, but he did in fact grab it, so that was a bad note. But good on him for grabbing it. That's a nice Grace to grab. Okay, then there were a few notes that I had about Sirius's Radon, which was a pretty hype play. So he goes and gets the festival on. Aggie's doing Nile, whatever. Down here we can see Sirius buying stuff from Kale. So he's gonna have like I think the rot bolts and the normal bolts from Kale sell some stuff to buy some other things. But he had a couple other options here. So he needed to turn on the festival anyway. He could have run up to we can't see it on the map, but if you go to I think it's the forest spanning Great Bridge Grace, which is north of the unlock Grace that we get. You can go to that merchant who sells lightning bolts, which similarly to the fire ones are like way better than regular. And turn on your Altus access at that point. It's also a little bit of progress to Lanciax without having to nail Lanciax skip and such. So, because you can just like go that way around. But yeah, yo, what up? Oh shit, how do you say it again? Versace. How's it going? How's it going? So yeah, I would have liked to see lightning bolts there. I guess he was a little tight on money anyway. He had to sell some shit, so like maybe he would have been a little tight on affording the lightning bolts as is, but all good, all good. Just a note for potentially the future if you do have a little bit more cash. That Grace is really nice. Aggie just like getting fucked around with by Niall a little bit here. And there were a couple interesting things that happened in this Radon fight. So let's see. I know he didn't despawn Radon properly. It's right here. Right here. I'm gonna slow it down actually. Keep an eye on his stamina. When you despawn Radon, you're not supposed to dash back into the fight. You're supposed to just do it normally, and he dashes like 3 times, I think, here. Yeah, 3 dashes. 4 dashes, even. He's kind of schmoving, and then that gets Radon to spawn in and start shooting arrows back at him. So that was his mistake there for how he failed to spawn. Yo, what up? What up? GG's today, dude. Fantastic games. Really, really well done. But yeah, if you just turn Torn around as soon as he disappears and just like canter back in at like the normal galloping pace, then Radon despawns properly. Yeah, sick games, dude. These were the best games of the tournament so far. You guys both played great and entertainingly. Yo, what up, Billa Bruce? Caught up on the games. Now for the main event, the Sports Center Jack analysis. Let's go. All right, so I can speed it back up again. You think Aggie and you are on a very similar level, so the games are very tight? I would agree. I had this pegged as one of the matches to watch. I was very, very excited to see how it played out. All right, so here Sirius does a nice job, gets the rot off relatively quickly, playing very nicely. Hitless for basically all the first phase. The problems, never mind, I jinxed him from the future. The problems really only come in second phase so much. Let's see. I'm trying to remember if there was anything that I wanted to remark on in the first phase. Okay, never mind. He's getting beat the fuck up in first phase. That's my bad for not remembering. This is the first game. I don't remember all the details. But I do remember there was something I wanted to talk about. This was a nice roll, by the way. Just like very nicely dodges all those gravity missiles, gets under the overhead chop. Huge. Radon doing a long move, just letting that rot tick down. All in first phase. Extra little arrow shot, very nice. But now Sirius is out of arrows. And more importantly, he's going to be out of rot, which I think leads to a very interesting decision here. Which you can chime in if you want, Sirius, but I think this kind of changed how like your next step of the game played out. So didn't get the scripted landing from Radon by not being in front of the Radon arrives attack. Gets it now. And so we plink away a little bit, and then pretty soon the rot's gonna wear off. And then when that happens, Radon is pretty rot weak, so Sirius starts shooting rot arrows again, the arrow on the left, and he gets like pretty close to like triggering the rot or whatever. But then, I mean, Sirius dies here. So the problem is the regular arrows do more damage. Radon's already at like very little health, and Sirius is also in the danger zone, and we see him die here. But now he's only got like, I think this number is nine rot arrows left, which is probably enough for a rot. If you like don't miss anything or something weird happens. But like I feel like if you had that full 12 rot arrows, you would have been maybe more confident about going in this again to just like, all right, I got this, like we're fine. But I made a note of that as like maybe like, ooh, I wasted a few more rot arrows, maybe I can't get the rot again, I guess I'll just like do it normally. But it also could have just been, yeah, exactly, just not knowing what Aggie was doing, not wanting to, you know, lose like both of these. And then, like, all of a sudden, we're just giga fucked on the column and row 4. So, yeah, all of that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. In the dark, it's very hard to just, like, yeah, that was a good play. Fuck, I died super late. Do I go do it again? It's pretty slow. Yeah. All right. And then... So then, yeah, I did make a note to just talk about doing it the second try just normally, but as we've talked about, perfectly reasonable. It's possible here that when you see the Haligtree medallion, you could think about quitting out and trying again with the crossbow. I don't know if that thought crossed your mind, but like maybe, because you do hypothetically have time now to do it. But you know, you're already halfway through the fight. It's a high stress situation. I don't know that I would have, but just like something to consider. And then this shit was fucking wild. Hang on, we're gonna jump a little bit in the future. So you skip out on the bow only, leaving Aggie to do it. Aggie does this deranged bow check up here, which I had no idea even existed. I guess this is a crossbow of some kind, but I don't know why he did it as well. Like I'm pretty sure he did the round table checks. I feel like he had the rot arrows. I guess he didn't. But yeah, I don't know why you would bother doing that when you could just get like the rot bolts and stuff. Maybe he's got a ton of money, so stone sword keys were not an issue. Not really sure what that's about, but anyway, Aggie moving on to the bow only Godric, and Sirius is eyeing up paintings. And then we get this like super amazing unhinged Castle Soul run. And this I wanted to talk about. This shit is dangerous. This painting is unbelievably dangerous. And like hypothetically, if paintings is still on the board, Aggie is in Stormvale. So Aggie gets like the easy painting if Sirius doesn't pull this off here. And I think I didn't catch it, but I think Aggie also, if he wanted to, have the grace at Nile to be able to get into the Castle Soul painting quicker. You've practiced this? How reliable is it? Because there was definitely like one firebomb that, like, if it was a little bit more on target, it could have killed you. Like, I practiced this too, and I feel like this is just always a crapshoot, especially at like not a very large vigor bar. 100% if you play it more careful. Okay, okay. So anyway, we're jumping down here. Knight, smile. This run is just so insane. Doesn't really start until you go around this corner here. Okay, dodges the guy. So you run a little forward, jump to the side, very nice. You're progressed far enough that he only gets one shot at you. Jumps to the side again to dodge another bolt. This firebomb tags you here, but then this one is like definitely very, very tight. And you are 100,000% dead. The only danger is the fire grenade guy. Yeah, I do hate this painting. I do hate it. If you pay attention to it, it's fine. I suppose. Anyway, very, very nice run regardless, but game saving. Like if you die there, like big problems. Aggie finishes up like right as you're getting this. And then let's see, is there anything left? Oh yeah, the whole Lanciax thing. Okay, so a couple notes about Lanciax skip, in my opinion. This is mostly my opinion, not really like. Oh wait, we gotta go all the way through the Glovewort bell bearing thing. Okay, perfect. So Lanciax skip saves you not a ton of time, and even less if you have to get the grace. So like, for me, I would have preferred to see the forest spanning Great Bridge to turn on Radahn with the lightning bolts for Radahn as well, for the crossbow, and then going to Lanciax from that way, so that you like have the nice safe grace. It's not, you don't have to like, execute Lanciax skip on the big stage, shaking hands, knees weak, arms are sweaty, all that kind of shit. You do a really, really nice Lanciax skip. You just don't get like your second jump right there. Somehow you land there and it warps you back, which is interesting. A lot of that isn't stable ground, so like it does send you back. I like Zoodle was like, oh yeah, he landed in a weird spot. So and then he was like, wait, what? And I agree. I was also like, huh? I would have thought that other spot was stable ground, but you do get it this try. But yeah, then we have to go all the way around to get the grace here, and Aggie is very, very close to catching up. There is some other stuff that happens in the Lanciax fight, which like maybe swings it the other way. A big part of it is a little bit of weapon diff. Like Sirius has to really rely on his procs, whereas Aggie just has like more base AR. So like Sirius's fight is gonna look the best at the start when he gets that frost proc and gets the fast version of the bleed proc, but then there's no more frost. The bleed procs are gonna slow down due to resistances building. Meanwhile, Aggie's just continuing to truck away with just a flat high AR weapon. Lanciax kept doing the pebbles and stuff. Yeah, it was a mess, but I still think that if it was like behaved, like you'll see it here, but I think if it was behaved, I think you still lose the fight, but we'll see. We'll take a look. Aggie does grab like every single grace on the way. I mean, like this square isn't make or break for him, but it is make or break for Sirius. Like if Sirius gets the snipe, the game is even and goes on. But if Aggie gets this square, Sirius is just lights out, which is basically what happens. So all of this is fine. Just smacking, get procs. Huge headshot bleed here, makes Domo nut himself. But now, from this point on, the fight's going to slow down a lot, because these procs stop coming. Some of it is Lanciax RNG, but a lot of it is just the weapon, like this Fork Greatsword having kind of bad AR. Also, if you have one less point of vigor there, you are dead. And then also like the not full heal here is like makes me a little nervous because as we just saw, you tank that like exactly alive. Like I would probably I guess you're actually out. You're out of heals. So no choice. Okay, but here we see Aggie start to hit and start to catch up a little. It's like still no troll here. In fact, this is kind of nice RNG, but here is where it gets a little trolly, and Aggie's just hitting. And then you actually go down here. I don't know what this was. This was a bit of a mistake, I feel. Like, hang on, let me back that up. Hard to again note in the moment, but like you're on the cliff, and Lanciax is doing this move with the glaive where she bounces back, but you're like safe under her. But when you like bounce, when you go back off the slope, it like the AI breaking is certainly weird. But like you see like Aggie's already past you. If you're far away and dodge it, what do you mean? Oh. So you're trying to get like a follow-up headshot rather than just like punish the legs while she's like revving up the move. I guess. I mean you obviously die here because the square's gone and you're like, bah. Okay. All right. Well, fair enough. I would still like I guess like the way that I fight her, I would have just walked up into the legs to bonk and stuff, but like it because of the goofy terrain, like it did cost you some moments in the fight. But again, like the where Aggie's health was and stuff, like I'm pretty sure he just has that. Unless you had like a bleed proc like right there, I'm pretty sure that that was cooked. Try dodging it in front. I mean, I still feel like when you're underneath and you like just smack the shit out of her and then she like does the glaive sweep and bounces away. If you just like walk towards her, you still get those two punishes, but like also on top of the headshots and things. Like I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, this more okay. All right. I'll try it out sometime. I'll keep that in the back of my mind. Okay, so Aggie here is in a pretty commanding spot and can just kind of run away with the game. So I think at this point we can hop over to the DLC match. Just kind of gets to do whatever he wants here. Okay, so DLC. All right, I have some thoughts about the about the setup. I know that you prefer some Stone Barb. I think Stone Barb is like giga useless. So I will talk a little bit about that. Um, and like we can pay attention to how it plays out a little throughout the match and stuff, but Stone Barb does not really do anything. Should have changed it later. Yeah, but like the thing is like it didn't really do anything for you at any point this game. You wanted it for Curse Blades? I mean, Curse Blades just kind of die. Like I don't know. I don't know about the staggers. I don't know. I won't comment too much about like your personal preferences with like how it's like triggers staggers for you in the way that you like to fight. But I think like in general in the DLC, Stone Barb is pretty bad. For the most part, like you're only gonna get like one stagger out of the deal. Any boss that is in the DLC that's like a real enemy, like just doesn't give a shit. Um, like you got like a whole fight left to go without like a damage boosting tier, and tiers are like way more power than talismans are. So having your talismans be or having your tiers be effective for an entire fight is way more value than having your like talismans effective for an entire fight. And then also the DLC is like rich with NPCs, which do not give a fuck about Stone Barb. But that's like the main Stone Barb overview. That like if you have uses for it, then that's fine. But that's just my 2 cents. Again, I've been playing the DLC basically nonstop for like ever since season 4, and I've tried like all kinds of shit in the DLC. There are very few things that I have not tried in the DLC, and I do have opinions based on that testing and stuff. So I'll just share them and we can move on. Um, did I like your double great shield talisman? Did you do that? I saw you bought a second rotten wing later in the game. I didn't see you bought two dragon crests as well at the start. Okay. Notes though. Okay, so off the rip, you serious port straight to roundtable. Um, Presuming this is because you're just like super interested in doing curse blades off the rip, but when you do this, you do give up a couple things. Like in terms of moving around the map efficiently, like when you warp back to the start, you start back at the Grace versus at the fog wall, so you lose like this is like super nitpicky shit by the way, but you lose like several meters of progress out on the map that you would otherwise get just by running forward and then doing like a Grace pivot. So like you cut your Grace animation in half by doing a Grace pivot out, and you like get warped back a little further from the gate. So typically we don't really see running and upgrading off the rip. The reason that I thought you might do this was to kill the curse blade that is right in front of the starting place in order to like not have to warp back to get it later. And I was like, oh, okay, I can kind of see that. But then you do like run past this guy. You wanted the skidoo from the pot guy. Yeah, well, I guess. But typically if you want that, you can also just like go warp out of Morth if you want, or not Morth, Scorched, and kind of have the same deal. But it's like a minor little nitpicky thing, not a huge deal. And then nothing for a little bit, I think. Also, I'm not a believer in Blade of Mercy, but that's not really a you thing. That's a that's just there's several people who like getting Blade of Mercy, and I am not one of them. Aggie. Okay, so Aggie does something a little non-traditional here, and Domo thankfully has the map up. He runs straight out of the reprimand tunnel towards Morth Ruins before getting the cookbooks. So like the normal route that we see people do is you go this way into Morth, into that, to save yourself like an extra warp and just like have smoother lines and stuff. So like I was looking at the time that he marked it to see how much it cost him. It cost him about like 8 seconds. So like definitely if Sirius was rushing, that would cost him the square. I don't really know why he chose to do it this way, but something of interest to note. And then Aggie goes for Moonrathil, which I feel was not the play. Like, hang on, let me skip ahead to where we're actually able to see the board. So if you think about like the implications of what's probably going to happen, if Aggie does a slightly slower cookbooks, which he does and gets that, and is like, okay, I have a presence in the top right diagonal. Sirius could have gotten cookbooks if he was rushing for it. I guess that means that he's either like doing something with status effects right now, or he's doing something with center square. Probably more likely center square. The thing is like if Sirius does something with status effects or whatever, then you can just like go straight into Curse Blades next or whatever. Basically, the thing that I don't care for from Aggie here is going for this Moonrathil, because I think there's like a very reasonable chance that Sirius is eyeing up Curse Blades at the start of this game, because like it's center square, it's a rushable square. Like you kind of have to assume that your opponent is interested in it. And then when you show that you've done Kindred cookbooks, then that means that your opponent can continue to go for it confidently. When Aggie goes for Moonrathil here, he's basically committing to a line that he basically knows is already going to get blocked. Like there's no bingo here. So in my mind, what I was kind of looking at when he gets Kindred cookbooks is like, all right, I think I'm like okay leaving Sirius to the Curse Blades if he wants to get it, and I have Omen Killer Cleaver. Let's go get set up for this. You could even like be ready for like you could kill one Curse Blade or whatever. Like you could upgrade. You could go back to the start. You could buy the greases for the status effects and then go kill that Curse Blade just in case, like so that you can start working on it. But if he chooses this square over Moonrathil, then he's got both diags covered and he's got a row threat. And like not even a bad row threat either, because like tree spirits and sorceries synergize together. Devonia is like it's okay, like for like it's not the worst block to have, but basically it's like you know where your opponent's gonna go and what they're gonna be interested in. They're gonna go backside, and they're probably going to prioritize Devonia over the tree spirits sorceries because they're a little scared that if they lose that, then like Devonia just is lights out. So like you can kind of like it's we'll talk about it a little later when we get to the Parky Blanks game, but it's like being able to like know where your opponent is really really nice. So even if you're not pushing them into like the most powerful thing, as long as it's taking or the like sorry the worst square that exists, it's still taking them off of their flow, and it's giving you the information that you know what they're going to be doing. If you were pushing Sirius into something that's like super strong, then you probably wouldn't really want to devote more to this line. But I think just like the value on its face of getting the 3 status effects to cover both diagonals and pose a reasonable line threat is a really good idea. But instead we go for Moonrathil, which again I'm very confident is just gonna be a deadline. When I'm thinking about this game from Aggie's perspective. And then on top of that, after the Moonrathil kill, so as stated, it's going to be in a deadline. When your opponent kills Curseblade Assassins, there's a very reasonable chance that they finished it like at these ones out here, and then can just go to back section from that point, just do the drop down and go. So you basically know that you're going to be behind on Drain the Water if you start to go for it. So this is another instance of basically the exact same thing happening again in Aggie going for the Bird Warrior, which is committing to yet another line that is very likely dead. So, like, for one, the Bird Warrior is a relatively spicy enemy, but for another, it's also just in a line that looks to be immediately toast. So again, the status effect square is still there. If you think that Sirius is eyeing up the status effect square and not Drain, then you could just opt for Drain instead. But I think if you just follow Sirius back section and don't really plan on draining, you can still probably like consider beating him to the secret right scroll. To kind of like if Sirius was going for status effects, then you cover this. You also open up a column 5 for yourself, and then you also have Shadowkeep progress, like all important Shadowkeep progress. The number of games you can win without a relatively early Shadowkeep are very very minimal. So get there somehow. And Hippo's bad. Hippo's basically always bad. So basically you're gonna have to go back section at some point. The sooner the better. Like obviously if you can get like the free flagship squares there, like Drain or Unsbox Secret Rites, or further out like what is it, the Golden Braid or something. That's obviously the best time to be able to like get Shadowkeep. Like obviously getting to a region first is better, but like even if you can't get there first, you want to get there not far behind, so you can either take like the next square, or if there's like kind of 2 fastest squares, like in this case there is Drain and the scroll, then you can at least get set up for like the bigger late game stuff, like I don't know, getting set up for Mesmer Mog, Memby, or get out to Rao for the cookbook, Crucible Knight, that kind of deal. So there's always going to be ideas in Shadowkeep. If you miss on the first one, you got to be ready for the others. If you just leave them all to your opponent, you're just going to have the game run away from you, which I think is a mistake that we see a lot of people do when they're not super familiar with the DLC. Not that Aggie isn't familiar with the DLC, but I think it kind of had that effect this match of him just like not being able to get to Shadowkeep in a timely manner. All right, next notes. So Sirius gets the Drain. The column 2 is dead. Sirius is in position for the Bird Warrior, or not the Bird Warrior, the Unsbox Scroll as well. I believe we also see an expression on Sirius's face when Aggie does this Bird Warrior. Yeah, there it is. You can almost see him go like "Vas." So the square gets marked, and then look right over here. I loved that. I was waiting for him to swap the scene back and be like, how is Sirius gonna react to this? It was perfect. I love it when people put on a physical show a little during these games. Like it's really really great because obviously we can't hear you while we're watching on broadcast and stuff, and when there's like a physical reaction, it makes the viewing experience so wonderful. So I was really happy to see that. And like you're 100% correct. Like what? No, Bird Warrior, huh? Boss? And then you're like ahead on the status effects, and you're ahead on Shadowkeep. So this Diag gets out of control really quickly. And then it's another part of the game where you basically know exactly what Aggie's going to be doing. He's going to be going south. He has no choice but to look at one of these two squares. Diagonals block all bingos. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no counter threat that you can raise. You have to get one of these two squares in order to win the game. So you're working with like basically perfect information when you mark those squares. You were surprised that he did and that he did it? Oh, the bird being challenging? Gotcha. Yeah. We've had I've played in formats with Bird Warrior before, and I put in actually a fair bit of work with like the Bird Warrior with like the hitbox visualizer on to like see what the fuck is going on with all his moves and stuff. And I'm pretty cozy with the Bird Warrior, but I do remember like early days of Bird Warrior, you have no idea what that guy's doing. Yeah. But yeah, off the rip especially. You can definitely like bully them when you're like, I don't know, Skidoo 6 in Row or whatever. And like if you get clipped a couple times, it's not a huge deal. But yeah, 3 status effects on ADM with the Wild Strikes. Very, very free. Again, kind of surprising that it's 18 minutes and the square's still on the board, but that do be how it is sometimes. So then Aggie is now is effectively priced into sending probably the trolls being the better of the blocks, I think, on this board. Like there is some frenzy, obviously. Like, let me get a different color. There's the matting hand, there's the painting rewards, Rakshasa. I forget if there's anything like up Jagged Peak. Was this the game with the max upgrade materials being by the painting reward in Jagged Peak is kind of cool. I haven't seen anyone do that synergy yet. And then like, yeah, it's okay. I think like either of these were a fine call for the block. Because if you look at Trolls has a little bit of synergy with the perfume bottles. It gets you a Grace for Death Knight, which also gets you some stuff for Lightning Ram. Which also gets you towards a sorcery, which also gets you towards Lamenters. Like, yeah, the trolls probably look a little better, but like kind of similar. So like not the strongest, not the strongest diagonal in terms of like this is gonna end the game, big go your opponent, Jesus. But definitely very valuable to know exactly what your opponent is going to be doing. And then there was kind of a moment where I was surprised a little later that you go back to it because I feel like it was kind of doing what it needed to do. I have that note at 24 minutes into the match. So Aggie's pushing down here, gets the Sleep Pot Troll. Sirius is now on his way south as well, after marking the secret right scroll. And this is what I was sort of surprised about, is you go for the troll rather than try and take away value. So basically, like, yeah, I'll just talk about it in theory and in concepts. But like when you know what your opponent's going to be working on, so again, like Aggie's working on, whoops, I didn't get the ink thing. When you know that your opponent's going to be working on either painting rewards or trolls, you have nearly perfect information to know like what a good counterplay is. So things like going like if you're making the read that Aggie's more interested in the trolls because there's a bit more associated with them, then like invading the lightning ram perfume lamenter transformation combo at this point is really really nice. And like they did do some conversation in the post game that I do agree with, that like lamenter at this stage of the game is a little risky and goofy. I was very curious to see how Wild Strikes would do against Lamenter. I haven't actually gotten around to that yet. because like there's only a few viable weapons for the DLC with wild strikes on them. So and like mostly it's just Omen Killer. But like with Savage Lion's Claw, the hyper armor gets through the Lamenter bonking, interrupting things. But it looks like the wild strikes did as well. So that wound up being a very, very nice fight. Like not super fast, of course, but like when you get that much value out of the play, it doesn't really matter. Yo, DB and Bada, thank you for the follows. Welcome on in. So yeah, as we pointed out, Sirius is kind of chasing on a bit of a snipe here, which does help Aggie get back into the game a little bit. But yeah, having a little bit more progress on those squares to take away from where you know he is, like, but you know it's kind of a safe time to go for them, would have been pretty big. So, but I mean, it gets us our Wendy's 4 for 4. The game is, you know, almost a little salvaged at this state. It's like very even, but Sirius does have a huge advantage in Shadowkeep. This I do like though. Like, yeah, you got sniped on the trolls, but Aggie still doesn't know that you're here. So still using the cover of darkness, the fog of war, to go back into that region of the map, because like it's very common for a player to plant their flag, say like, okay, I got the block that I need, I'm in the region that I'm in, sending that fuck off energy, and then they fuck off themselves and go and fix their map in the other direction. So this is a very traditional play from Aggie here. Show that he's that far south, and then use that time to go make up some Shadowkeep. Very, very normal play. The problem is if your opponent happens to be right behind you, like Sirius is right now, then Sirius just gets to come in with a broom and just sweep up all this shit. So again, all this stuff that we had highlighted from earlier with the trolls, Lamenter, perfumes, lightning ram, transformation, less so the Death Knight and things like that, because Sirius only got this troll. But you know, the Death Knight would be more achievable if you went for if you went back for the perfumes. Like obviously the grace is right there and stuff. Also the sorcery, not like a huge deal, but it is just like right above that tunnel that Sirius just ran through. So all of these are now here for the taking. And I made a note that like I really liked what you did here, where like you're using that fog of war to, hang on, where did I make a more specific note about it? No. But like I think both players here are doing exactly the right thing. Sirius goes and preps a Grace in Lamenter and then goes for Ram, kind of the fastest of the remaining squares, being the Ram. And then like Aggie using the time to make up his Shadowkeep progress, which again is all important. He needs to go here. This is also correct. Like both of these plays are mutually correct. And then a lot of the times when you do see that first square happen, like this lightning ram, it triggers like an oh fuck in Aggie, who's like hypothetically down in that region as well, and it's like, oh shit, I need to defend. Like I need to defend all this stuff that I'm leaving behind, this Lamenter, this transformation, the perfumes. And then like if you give into that knee-jerk reaction, you can get like really blown out. So Sirius is prepping for like having no idea how Lamenter goes. I have no idea how you survive that, by the way. That was some, like, Domo's also also a little confused. But yeah, so if Aggie gets baited into going back into the south to defend, then you're already all set up in Lamenter jail, ready to go. If Aggie had like a little bit more juice somehow, like went out of his way to get the Savage Lion's Claw, was attuned with like a heavy attunement or something, then like you're just there. You know, there's no questions asked. You're gonna get that square combo. So both of those plays really cool, really big. Both managing map and information really nicely. So this was like the after the trolls, after the trolls, this was like a magnificent part of the game, and I really enjoyed watching it. Let's see. Then when you're also in Lamenter, we do grab like the perfumes and stuff, but don't like continue on it, which was a little interesting, but fine. I mean, it would have been cool because like this row 3 is very, whoops, I meant to have the the color on. This row 3 is very dangerous. You forgot. I feel like I recalled hearing that in the post game or something, but yeah, it was a note that I made regardless. So like having that like marking the third perfume with a grace for the Death Knight, and you were nearly at 500k as well. Like you send the Rakshasa at that, or like you send Aggie to Rakshasa at that point. That leaves you the ability to clean up like more Cookbook, Devonia, just like these other power plays of squares that are left on the board. Where do you get money? Yeah. 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 I've been, dude, we've all been there where you're just like a little bit off, like you're not like a major boss kill off, but you're just like, fuck, where are their runes? I it's such like an awkward amount. Like if you need like exactly 60k or something, it's like, shit, do I like go back for reprimand if you didn't get it? If you already used that money, do you kill Edred or what? But like I think Death Knight's like 80k or something. So I was kind of like, and I think Doma was also expecting the Death Knight Mog combo. um but yeah, again, like for those watching, it is so freaking hard to adapt to like barely missing the quota for something on the fly, and you're just like, you have to like then rack your brain through like everything that you've already gathered, everything that you've already killed, like, okay, what am I doing, what is available, where are all my graces, what graces have I skipped, and then like other aspects of the game just like fall out of your brain in an instant. It's very chaotic when those kinds of moments happen. Okay, then I had a 38 minutes into the match, row 3. Oh yeah, I did want to look at this Lamenter again a little bit. There were a couple little Lamenter things. So you didn't really punch the Lamenter, you just went for the Wild Strikes, and it worked out pretty well. You were still able to see him for the most part. I probably still would have hit him a couple times with the fist just to make sure that I got that blood. But the next thing is like while you're waiting for the Lamenter, what I always do, you listen to a sound. Okay. What I always do is I like, and maybe you have better tech for this than I do, but I always like step back towards the start of the room where I can like see them all. So I don't go by a sound effect, I go by visual, so I can like see them all at the same time, and then it's very obvious which one has more red. But yeah, if there's a sound, then I haven't been able to hear it yet, but I could give that a listen as well. Anyway, the Wild Strikes. Yeah, so like in moments like this is where it's really nice to have a hyper armor Ash of War where they're just like ganging up on you and interrupting attacks. So yeah. Like that those are the moments that I like Savage Lion's Claw for, where you just like don't give a fuck about their attacks and just muscle through and get them. And whenever people are struggling with Lamenter, I always tell them to utilize Savage Lions. I see. Yeah, in front or behind would be hard to tell positionally. Anyway, so we get through that. Use the transformation. All that's well and good. Aggie continues on for the perfumes, so that could be that could have been a very nasty snipe. But we go instead for Rao. All that is fine. This was a little interesting. So we got we got shit prepped for the more cookbook, and then you get the grace as well for like conceivably Death Knight. I don't know if you don't know the skip down there or something, but when you went for Geru, I was like, what? You love how confused the casters were for finding the Lamenter instantly. Yeah. I mean, I had not heard of the spawn sound before. The other thing is, like, Queeline does give a pretty reasonable amount of runes. I don't know if you were, like, sitting on any pocket money, but Queeline gives, like, 25k, so if you had, like, some random shitter Shadow Realm runes on you. You did not? Okay. Okay, then I believe this is Aggie. Yeah, red outline. Aggie gets Devonia. It was kind of funny at this point, like, Aggie just, like, stops giving a fuck. This is like exactly how I would play this game. This is like, you know what? Like this game has gone off the rails. Like I'm just like not going to like, and this is kind of important sometimes. Like if you're losing, like you just have to break the cycle of whatever's happening. So just like stop letting your opponent tell you what to do and where to go. Just like be like, fuck you, don't care. I'm just gonna go do squares that I want to do. And then after a little while, your opponent starts to get the vibe that you like don't give a shit anymore. And then that's when you go back to blocking. And then that's how you trigger snipes, because you have to actually bait them into doing the squares that they're like, well, fuck you. You should be doing this. So I'm gonna go do it and like bingo your ass. And it's like, aha, bitch. I actually had some progress or whatever. But like, there's very few instances where you win the game if you just do what your opponent is telling you to do all game. It's kind of like how the Parky game played out against Blanks, particularly in the DLC, where Blanks was just like telling Parky what to do all game. And the casters were like, I mean, we'll get to it, so I won't talk about it too much. But the casters are like, oh yeah, she's like identifying the perfect blocks and stuff. And it's like, yes, but those are the squares that Blanks wants her to do. So like, she is getting the blocks that she needs and is picking correctly and things like that. But it was like all according to plan for Mr. Blanks. How did you die here, by the way? We didn't die already, right? Expected this guy to die faster. Yeah, he's relatively tanky. He's got the shield. He's like not particularly weak to standard damage. Pierce damage. Or lightning. That would fuck him up. Oh, you did die already? Okay, never mind. What got you, actually? Hang on. Because I did miss it. Oh, you're in small screen. Oh, wow. What the hell, actually? Hang on. Hang on. He, like, comes zooming at you. So you put a grease on. He does the tongue. You back off. And then, like, it looks like he lunges really, really far. Huh. I guess he like lunged and then fell down the stairs a little and like somehow kept up his velocity or whatever. Really weird. I've never seen him lunge that far, I feel. Anyway, so still not doing the Death Knight here from that skip down. Just kind of fine. I think that was like one of the last notes that I had about this game. Because like at this point, Aggie just really is just like not giving a shit and just doing, again, whatever the hell he wants. Does get sniped on a few things. I was surprised that nobody went for the... Oh, actually, no, I did have a note. I did have a note that I didn't write down. I made a mental note, but like, tactically, what Aggie does in this late game is not really how I would think to do things. I'm not going to say that it's like incorrect or anything. But he kind of starts full sending shits while also skipping a lot of value and not doing synergies. So like for me in my head, if I have to come back on a majority game, like I'm just being as unbelievably greedy as possible and like hiding some progress, like as much as I feel safe to do, trying to bait in the snipes or whatever, doing as much greedy ass synergy as I can, hoping to get away with something. And then like hopefully that pulls me back. But Aggie kind of just like full sends shits and just like hopes to gamble into the snipe. But like as soon as you don't get a snipe with one of those, like all of a sudden you're now behind on something that you like would have otherwise had some synergy with. So for example, he like kind of full sends the upgrade materials at one point by killing the Ghost Flame Dragon. But like this whole time, this painting reward square is on the board. And there's like Rakshasa, Matting Hands, upgrade materials. Like all of those squares go together. Like this is, to me, easily the most powerful play that's still left on the board. Like hypothetically, you could also grab like the upgrade material in the Death Knight Catacomb. But like just like sending the upgrade materials felt kind of weak, to be honest. You thought Aggie doing the Ghost Flame Dragon was a big mistake, could finish the... Yeah. Exactly, Bella Bruce. So that was a little peculiar, but like I don't know if it was like a strategic thing that he was choosing to do to try and like, because on the flip side, if you think about it, like if you're way back in his snipes, then like trying to get your opponent, like he does still have some ground to give with Sirius being at 9. So if he sacks like part of a square to get Sirius on a snipe, and then like Sirius is like, oh shit, I'm behind on the piece that I was synergizing with as well, so I should go do something else. And then Aggie full sends that shit completely unrelated, triggers a snipe there. Like, maybe there's a tactic there. I just wasn't really seeing it, but wanted to draw attention to it because I thought it was interesting. Okay. And then I believe like from here it's just kind of a random collection of squares get marked, and the game just kind of ends. But like, once Sirius is at 10 with this snipe here, it's pretty tough. Pretty tough for Aggie to come back. I do think the way back was that paintings combo, but it'll be what it is. Oh look, there goes Sirius towards the paintings. Crazy. Okay, let's head on to game number 3 of the day. We get to Parky versus Blanks. Few less notes for... Actually, no, still quite a few notes. A bit less notes for game 3. More notes for game 4. But yeah, again, if anyone here like didn't see those games in full, like the serious Aggie games were really excellent games. I would and very entertaining. I would highly recommend going back and watching them if you had not already. Aggie never even bothering with Rakshasa felt strange. Yeah, there's also like potentially he was just in mode like fuck this, go next. I mean there is no next, but like yeah. I've certainly been there before. Like we can't like forfeit in bingo brawlers, so sometimes the way you forfeit is you just kind of do random shit until the game ends and try to like fix your mental for the post game chat so you're not like toxic or salty or whatever. So I'm not saying that is what he was doing, like not by a long shot, but there is always, once you kind of feel like the game is out of reach, sometimes you do just kind of check out. All right. So Parky loads in with a Rotten Great Axe, which is a pretty difficult... What were the stats on that class? It's going to be hard to tell. Very low endurance. Kind of like high int faith and arcane. I guess like the int was a consideration maybe. And then Blanks loads in with a significantly better class, I would say. Like, both of these weapons that this class has are usable. I don't think, like, either weapon that Parky had was really usable. Like, the Rotten Axe just not gonna happen in the base game. It does have a crossbow for bow only, which I think she does mark at some point, so did get some value. Have I heard the story of Mitch doing any percent run during the final Brawlers Season 1 match? No. I didn't really watch season 1. I think I did watch it like when I was very new to bingo and I was like looking back through the old seasons, but I never rewatched it because it wasn't very interesting to me, season 1. Is that actually what happened? He just like said fuck it and started going for the end. That's funny if true. All right, so what are my notes for this? Don't think the VOD is up anymore. Maybe not super surprising if he was a little salty. Okay, a note that I had about this is like the order in which Blanks kills these Knights Calves I thought was very interesting. So it's very common to kill this Knights Cav first, and I wish he was here almost because I wanted to ask him about this. Because like when you sit at Melina, it obviously makes it Knight immediately. Oh, it was against Gino. Yeah, probably salty then. And then usually if you're interested in Knights Calves, you just like turn around and run right for the bridge and go for it. But he goes to Weeping first, which I thought was really interesting. And I was kind of thinking at the time, like I basically wrote this note before I knew what he was going to do. And I was thinking like, why are we going to this first? Is it because like you want to have the grace over here at the merchant who sells ones? Like, did he start with a golden rune to buy the ones and go upgrade to +3 before doing this? Was there something on the board that made like Leonine good out this way? I never really found my answer, to be honest. So I have no idea like why he did this one first. Just kind of kills it. Doesn't grab the grace. The jump ahead is too much. Okay, gets the bleed proc. That's why it was too much. But yeah, doesn't get the grace. Shows the enemy filled. Warps out. Also, I'm pretty sure in the DLC, I'm pretty sure Parky didn't show one of the helms, but not a big deal. And then he warps back, and then I was like, okay, from here, what on the board is like, is Blank's gonna want to do after killing this guy? Because maybe he wanted to end the route here, and then maybe head towards Third Church or down towards Darrowville or something. So like maybe this is where he wanted to end. So I'm like looking around. I'm like, okay, what do we got? What do we got? There, like you could head over to the Duelist Catacomb. That makes a lot of sense. What else? What else? What else? Like there's kind of a, it's kind of towards the Tibia if you go that way. Kind of towards the Bellbearing Hunter if you grab that like Grace that's by the Duelist or whatever. And yeah, I just think he warped out again. Like I think he just kills this thing. And he like started running, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna see what it was that he was thinking of. I'm pretty sure he warps out, or does he do something? Does he grab the foul foot? I like looked away. Yeah, okay, so he grabs the foul foot, and that's it. Okay, grabs the foul foot. What was the foul foot for? Int? Maybe for the int? Is to me, it's so weird to, and when I say weird, I don't mean like Blanks is crazy or dumb or strange or whatever. It's just like that's not at all what I mean. I'm just like it's so weird to like think about the very first action of the game being warped to weeping such that I finish the Limgrave Knight's Calf second so I can get the foot for this maybe. Like it's not even like if it were like in a line or something, it's like okay, yeah, now I see the vision. Like we're looking to set up an early threat, so we get the foot, we kill something big-ish, and then we're all set and good to go. And it's just like I don't think it ever came up, so it's very very peculiar. Yeah, I mean this game is definitely about the diagonals. What up, Howie? How's it going? He didn't want to send and get sniped? No, because he did send it. He definitely did send it. I don't know. It was definitely interesting. Uses his Knight's Cav money to buy stones, so he's +7 without having to go to mountaintops. Like this is pretty big game. Like if you get to start with a status weapon and get like a quick kill square that gets you the money to skip going to either Haligtree or mountaintops, like you do ultimately get less money, but you do get to save like basically a minute on your game by not having to go mountaintops, and then you're just like in the game ready to go. You can kill something bigger, and then that all that money becomes more and more obsolete the more money that you get via squares. So being able to get an early kill is and like be able to properly transition that money into weapon, into more money, like all of it being on the map, on the board, doing shit. Like that's how players get like really good at the base game. You were talking about the top right. I mean, he just like leveraged both diagonals really nicely. Well, we'll talk about it as we go. You think it's to deal with the bridge ads because quitting out. Maybe. It could be. It could be. That's definitely an interesting consideration for sure. All right, so then the last game that I reviewed from Parky, she did something kind of similar where it was like it was 2 Omen killers and 2 duelists is a very similar feeling square. Where like the first one, like if this value is 1, this square feels infinitely better. There's a little bit of synergy with Catacombs, which is kind of cool, but like Parky did find Alabaster, which is huge. But I feel like okay, if I am Parky in this game and I know that I'm like up against somebody who's really hot in the base game right now, and I find Alabaster, I'm like, okay, my avenue to victory this game is to count on him not finding an S tier weapon like I did and just go like as high as I can quickly. Just do the Ray dance. AFK, minute 12. We come back and we're cooking. And we just cook the board. Like, I'll be kind of curious to see. Like, again, we're almost there already. We're almost at minute 12. So, like, it probably would have slowed her down a little bit because she did have to check the greatsword or whatever. She's probably, like, +7 smithing right now. But, like, really, this could be, like, minute 13 or something, and she would have a max level weapon. So I'm curious to see what Blanks would have gotten away with for Parky to trade off just, like, don't do anything at the start of the game and go get a max level weapon. Like, what is Blanks at for that like in that exchange? But yeah, like these squares of like 2 duelists, 2 omen killer, like, oh man, they're so tough. Like like we do see that she has a bit of a duelist problem, which I've had as well. Like the Kayla duelist at low vigor, like he does have some wonky hyper armor that kind of fucks people up sometimes. Also, we're not getting the grace for Radon for later, which I think is not a good idea. What are the Radon squares on this board? Kayla Dragon Barrel bosses. Like there's also just 2 Kayla Dragon Barrel bosses right next to that grace, which is often important. The whetstone knives. Later gold free, I guess. It's not like the most absurd grace to have, but you basically never want to skip it. There's always something for Radon. Anyway. Looked like he had more poise. I should have the same poise. It's about the hyper armor. Like just being able to be in moves that prevent getting micro staggered. Don't remember when she went to Haligtree. Oh, that's right. That's right. She did the Avatar. Yeah. I mean, she didn't need to go for the +10. I don't really like going for the +10 stone either. Just grab the 9 and the money and stuff. But yeah. So we're approaching that like magic 12 to 14 minute mark where somebody who is just AFK upgrading their weapon would be back on the board. And right now we have, like, for Blanks, we have 1 and 2 halves, like 2 pretty fast halves of a square. So you'd probably come out of this with like 2 squares and you'd have a +9 alabaster. I feel like the game is winnable from that position. Like, so I don't know. I feel like if you want your best shot at actually beating somebody who you feel is like way better at a certain format than you're playing, like, try the Ray dance. Just go AFK and like basically like make them beat it. Like it's gonna be powerful. Like make them like show up and play the optimal way or whatever. Just like make them beat it. Like don't like if you try and play their game, it's gonna be very hard. I really like this this catacomb, by the way, for Blanks. He didn't find alabaster, and this has a katana check, and this game he found dragon katana. Really, really nice. So like I like doing this catacomb if you're still looking for a weapon. I think that's a really, really cool catacomb choice. Okay. What was the next thing I wanted to talk about? I also just like kind of like the route he took in general because it brings him towards a bell-bearing hunter, brings him towards the tibia. What else did it do? I feel like there was one other thing that it helped with. Or maybe it was just the catacomb. Because I made a note of that, like, before he did what he actually was going to do. I thought there was something else up here. In this kind of, like, eastern Stormhill area. Maybe not. Still pretty decent for an early game play. But yeah, Blanks is still just, like, also +7 smithing, I think. Or maybe even just, like, +6 or something. I don't recall if he got 3s anywhere. But yeah, like, now Parky's working on this duelist. We'll kind of skip past the incident. There's not really a huge need to go over that ground again. And then, like, this duelist and also this next thing that she does, this I like, by the way. As soon as she goes Haligtree, I'm like, okay, Yes, let's do that. Keep like she's the part of Parky's arc that she's working on right now is, yo, Meister, thank you so much for the 4 months, dude. Thank you. The part of Parky's arc that she is on is like how to keep pace with upgrading when you're feeling pressure. Blanks hasn't put on a ton of pressure yet this game. He's gonna put on some more pretty soon. But like it's really important to not fall behind on power level for the base game. Like base game is like all about routing power level and then synergy and greed and shit. So and then kind of being able to kill shit with no vigor. Those are kind of like the pillars of what the base game is about. So getting better at keeping your weapon upgraded while not falling too far behind on squares, either by like doing the mainline upgrade route faster and faster and faster, or by doing it more and more synergistically with things like, oh shit, Phoebe. She knocked over a trash can. We're cool. um, so like all of this is good. We're getting the 9. We're getting some money. All that is good. Getting a square, getting the int out of the deal as well, which is good for her weapon. Like Dom is 100% correct. Zoodle was like, what? Why would you go 30 int or whatever? It's like, it's a square that works with your weapon. Like you cannot ask for a better 30 int. It also depowers like Borealis. Like whenever you're looking at like these stat dump squares, you gotta look out for this motherfucker right here. Because this guy basically always gets you what you need for stat dumps. And when there's a stat dump in a line with Borealis, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. So getting the stat dump out of the way, making the Borealis a little bit less powerful, really, really nice. Especially if you're like not planning to do the Borealis relatively soon yourself. Also, this game, with Borealis on the board, they both skip dragon greases when they run past it. I was like thinking of making a note about it. I'm still going to talk about it anyway. I didn't make a note of it because they're using somber weapons primarily. Blanks had some non-somber weapons, but his were like claws, which slash and pierce, like very bad against Borealis anyway. So like the damage like boost, not really a big deal. He did have like the Iron Greatsword, which it would be pretty good on because standard is fine against Borealis, but like, yeah, not a huge thing to remark on. Yeah, exactly, Bella Bruce. I agree. And so then Parky, what is she at right now? I think she's around like plus 12 smithing, I would say. She did get the 4s out of Kaled. But then she starts eyeing up this square here. And like one thing I've noticed about the way that Parky selects squares is she's good at like selecting aggressive or like not aggressive. She's good at like working with shapes on the board. She's good at like the geometry aspect of the game. Good at finding like mutual blocks, mutual threat progression, that kind of thing. But it's like the actual objective in the square is not like quite as fluid yet, the selection of it. And like this 4 Everjail square is like, oh god, is it not good. Not that it's like a bad, I'm not saying like choosing to do this square is dumb or anything. It's just like this square at plus 12, it's like way longer. Like if you're at like plus 9 somber versus plus, what is that, plus 5 somber, it's like almost twice as much upgraded to do. So like and Dom even says it in the commentary at one point that like these squares with high numbers in them, like you just gotta be upgraded for them. It just takes so long to mow through all this health that like and here you see so many of the number like 4 and 5 and shit of just like kill these piles of bosses. And like even this, like the 2 tree spirits and stuff, it's so much health to slog through. And it's like none of this is hard. Like none of these bosses are like really all that challenging. Balls is a little goofy sometimes. I think Parky maybe dies to him or something, but like it's all about just like, can you like when the numbers are this high, it's all about 2 things. It's all about synergy and it's about DRL. Like, can you DRL yourself through these piles of bosses that like just chew through hit points? Like Tibia Mariner's not difficult, Everjail's not difficult, Altus bosses not difficult, Bellbearing Hunters not difficult, but Like we're compounding like these piles of health bars into like if you think about like if you stacked all of the health bars of all these bosses end to end, all of a sudden we're looking at like a DLC boss. Are you gonna do a DLC boss like +5 somber? No, no, you're not. So it's like even though each individual boss is like very killable, it's just like it's so much health to chew through. Yeah, yeah. I mean, power stancing is significantly less broken in the base game due to stat requirements. But it's still like it in DRL, like that's why they did it, is to because they just have to chew through health. So like one of the reasons where in the DLC people talk like a lot of the commentators talk about damage a lot, like, oh, the damage is so good, like we're working with like tons of damage, like this is great. And I, in particular, am a bit less like damage horny in the DLC compared to other. Like, I don't know if you noticed that in like listening to me talk about the game, but like one of the reasons I'm less damage horny in the DLC compared to what I'm talking about like now in the base game is like when there's one-off kill squares. It's just like it doesn't really matter that much. Like if you have like like 20% more damage and do the fight 20% faster, you maybe save like 10 seconds or something like that. Like, I don't know, I'm just throwing bullshit around, but like you save a small tangible amount of time, but when it's just like a one-off square, it matters way more if the opponent is there at all. So like prioritizing like choosing the right square at the right time is way more important when it's these like one-off kill targets. And like the things that you see me talk about as like being more damage oriented in the DLC are like tree spirits, where it is a higher number of things and collectively the health bar is like bigger than Midra's with more resistances than Midra has, so like way more effective HP. Then it's like, all right, now we don't want to do this without damage. Similar to like Lamenter, like if Lamenter gets another phase, like another illusion phase, then it's a much bigger deal because like you're extending the fight by like a larger metric, and like it's not really about like you're not gonna die to any of these, and you're like if you're good at Mesmer, you're not gonna die to Mesmer at like 2 skidoo and like baseline stats or whatever, and you can kill Mesmer in like a relatively timely manner with all of that. And if the opponent's still just like fucking around in Shadow Altus, like you'll get the job done, and then you have more money than God and access to Enter a Limb and all that kind of shit. So like really it's more important when like Borealis is a great example. The reason people have been killing Borealis so degenerately low power is because it is just like that one-off kill square that gives you so much. So like when you just like whap on a rock grease and like a +12 strike weapon and get this like Borealis 30 int really quickly, like the damage doesn't really matter that much because if your opponent's not there, like you get through it in, you know, a relatively timely manner, and then you just get like so much out of the deal. But anyway, I kind of tangented a little hard there, but like this is my damage rant, where like once the number of things that you have to do, that's when damage actually starts to matter. So we saw Parky do that like one Everjail because it's like kind of nice on it. Like if you imagine, ooh, if the board had no text on it and you could just like pick whatever square you wanted, like this is a nice square, progresses my column, progresses my row, like this is it's a diagonal square, like this is great. However, 4 Everjails at +12 or whatever, like ay. And then this is great, this is a-okay, this is exactly what we want to see from Parky. We just want to see it before there's like oh wait, I should have done this. But this is the first step. This is 100% the first step. It's like I have realized that that this is gonna take fucking forever, and I'm not just committing to it. I'm like, okay, let's not do that. Let's go get upgraded, and then we'll be straight chilling. And like yes, no notes. Well, so the notes that I just said. No further notes. Perfect. Go do this. if you're, I mean, maybe go do the FSB because Caleb bosses still exist, but anyway, I guess like Altus boss is still here. So yeah, no notes. I stand by the no notes. This is all good. This was unfortunate, the fact that he had determination on that shit. I agree, Mad King. I saw I think I commented on a game recently where there was like Borealis and then like +7 Sacred Flask or whatever, and like there wasn't a good option for the 6 on the board, and it's like, just go to the church, grab the thing. Did I call him Mad King? I do that sometimes. I go, yeah. I know who he is. Like, just go to the church, grab the sacred tear, grab the bell bearing, and like you have the money from Borealis. Like, oh, it's so nice. And then the person obviously warped away, and I was like, fuck. Anyway, I got way off script. You guys baited me. I baited myself. Ow. Hi, Phoebe. Oh, actually, that was one of my points. I made the point that going to the old Altus was a good realization from her that she should be not farming those Evergails at kind of middling power. It wasn't even like underpower, it was just a little middling, and it just takes too long. Okay. Ow. Phoebe. She's like pawing at me. Okay, so we get upgraded. This is all really nice. I haven't talked about blanks that much. Did I get a new bed? Nah, she just like she had pissed on the blanket enough times that I took the blanket off. It's starting to smell like piss in here, so it's in the wash. And so now she's just got the bed without the blankie. Okay, so blanks going for the stone knight. I'm not really gonna comment too much about blanks this game. I'll comment on blanks more in the next game. So I think there was like some more interesting stuff that he did in that game. This game he's just playing really nicely around his diagonals. He's got, you know, obviously we saw how it plays out. I don't really need to go into it too much, but he saw how like these squares play nicely together, and then like, yeah, it's just like very easy to see how diagonals can get a little out of hand from that synergy if you pursue it. Yo, what up, Rohit? How's it going? It's going pretty well for me. Also, there was one thing I wanted to check. Surely, one moment. Curious if the website had been updated yet. It is not. All right. About that. Okay. On to the next note. Not for a few minutes. Was there anything in between that I wanted to talk about? Clear my marks. Only thing blanks did wrong was doing 2 Falling Star Beasts and still going to Lake of Rot. What? You still... Oh, because, yeah, you get the smithing stones out of the... I mean, I forget that shit, too. Like, I think it's not the biggest deal. Diagonals are OP. They should nerf them. Nah, just defend them better. I don't know. They're not like a huge problem in most games. Oh, don't touch my... You maybe lose my spot in my notes, Phoebe. Okay, hang on. She needs a little bit of attention. Hi. Yes, hello. Who is Long Puppy? How are you doing? Okay, we're doing this again. Ow. Why do you always try and climb me? You've got... There we go. There, do you want to be up here? Is that what you're trying to do? I don't know why she does this. Okay. Yeah, so this was just kind of people continuing on with their pre-existing game plans. Like, Blanks is starting to move in on closing on his diagonal squares, the whetstone knives, getting the second Falling Star Beast in Altus. I believe he also closes in on the Caleb bosses as well. Yeah, so finishes the Knight's Cav. Or no, wait, not the Knight's Cav. Yes, the Knight's Cav? Where the hell is he going? Oh, that's right. He does Hughes. He does Hughes, which is huge. It's what wins him Everjails. Jesus, Phoebe, where are you going? Relax. So this actually wound up... I didn't make a note of this at the time, so it was like kind of whatever. Parky's gonna finish Everjails first. So it's like, it's cute routing, but like this wound up being huge. This wound up being like the entirety of the line and stuff. Like, was the fact that he went for Hughes here. Hi, yes, thank you. Yeah, that's my ear. Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. Ah! No biting of the ear. Yeah. Is this route faster than Cilia Skip? Yes. Yes, it is. Hughes is also like very far towards the west of Dragon Barrow. Gosh, ridiculous baby. This is an Australian Shepherd puppy, but this is Phoebe. Little shark. Yep. Yep. The mountain climbing shark. Like, I don't know why she does this. Like, what is this about? Where are we going? There's just a chair back there. Like, what? She does this all the time. That is my ear. Ow. Thank you. All right. Well, I guess we're hanging out here for just a little bit. Yeah, so the Hughes being very nice. Parky very scared of the top right diagonal. Blanks hasn't even shown the top left diagonal. So Parky goes and closes out on bow only. Oh my lord, what are you doing? Which is, again, it's that kind of thing where Blanks knows exactly what Parky is going to be doing. She kind of only has one option, to be honest. Like, she can't feasibly just go like for Goldfrey, right? Like, she has no Remembrance Boss is dead on board. So he knows that Parky's going to be doing bow only, and then from here Blanks is like, okay, I need to do Everjails to deal with the column 2. I guess he might not have to because of Renala, but if he's interested in pursuing the top left diagonal counter threat, then Everjails is the crux of that. So starts working on the Everjails immediately. She's going to be one hell of a handful. What do you mean gonna be? She's literally a handful at this moment. Literally exactly that. All right. Actually, does this mean you need to pee? I have been on for a while. Hang on. I'm going to start the Everjails race, and then I'm going to let her out to use the restroom real quick. Parky is a very nice Godric bow only. And yeah, I'm just going to run the Everjail race while I let her out to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Also hit this, and we'll turn up the tunes. Okay. Let me also feed her food. Oops, that was not the right button. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, this race was so crazy, actually. This was quite the race. Get a Jack Russell as well. I think we're chilling for now. I mean, having another dog would be like helpful for her having like not having any separation anxiety when I leave, and having someone to hang out with and get some exercise with. Yeah, this was a little bit of a pity, just like a much cleaner fight from Blanks. And like the other thing is like as Parky, I'd be a little surprised to lose this square because like she had been working on it already before all of this started. Yeah, you can see her being like, "What? Oh, fuck." And then yeah, we're pretty cooked from there. Parky not knowing the Adon skip cost her. I think like, I mean, a lot of little things cost her, but like, I think the biggest thing is not being upgraded before the balls in the first place. Because also, if she doesn't die to balls, then that. I mean, but maybe if she doesn't die to balls, then she also doesn't need or think that she needs a better weapon. Like, we're not gonna. I'm not gonna bother like too deeply dissecting like any mistakes in the moment or whatever. But it's more about like noting. I don't know. I guess I just don't want to like harp on anything. I think Parky sometimes sinks time into long squares, and then an upgraded opponent cleans it up later. Well, that is indeed what happened. But she was also upgraded like. I mean, it was close. It was close. Again, if she had like a very crisp Crucible Knight, then that would have solved it too. Like, there's lots of moments where you get back a couple seconds here or there, and that makes the difference. Yeah, I do worry about separation anxiety in pets for sure. I do think that like this finishing Altus bosses here is a bit or like working on it more. Like this does cost Parky the game a little bit because Blanks was interested in this diagonal. But I think like in general, having this Grace was kind of nice on this board because there are several Altus bosses really quickly accessible around her. And like before the bow only square was done, you could have got lightning bolts here. There's like sacred flash charges around this area. It's a nice Grace to have, but like we're kind of in 5-alarm fire mode. And I think she like warped to consecrated and then was like didn't go for it. Maybe just thinking that she wasn't going to be able to beat Blanks for it, which may be true, but maybe not. Like she does have Alabaster, but meh. It'll be what it is. Do I have more notes on this game? No, I don't have more notes on this game. All right, let's hop into the DLC. All right. Let me see. So we started off with a kind of a weapon choice diff. It didn't wind up mattering because they found like Great Catan in the shop, and Blanks found Rusted Anchor in Bonnie and stuff as well. So like these weapons didn't matter, but like I honestly don't know what I would choose between these if I were these guys. Like Parky having like I value range a lot. Like having the curved club is gonna have more range. Like I hate this little stubby battle hammer. I know the damage is pretty good, but I really hate the range on it. Oh yeah, I never turned the music back down after coming back. But anyway, so Parky I don't think spent enough of her money. Like if you're at the gate, you want to have like around 90k. Somewhere between like 8.5. If you know you're going to be picking up more money, you can go a little lower, but it takes like about 9 it takes like I think 87 or something to like get the armor that you typically buy and get all the stones and upgrade your seal. So like being around this much means that you've used all of your money effectively. We'll see what Blanks gets up to by the time he leaves. You notice in some of the practice, players from older seasons like 1 and 2 have an opinion that weapon upgrades are unnecessary depending on the boss, but you think it was the case when you didn't have unlocked graces. I mean, there are still times when it's correct to not upgrade for things. If like a rush is super important and like it is a boss that you can just do +0, like yeah. Oh, did you steal a red square? Yes, you did. Thank you for that. Yeah, no chewing on your thing. Appreciate it. All right. I remember this being a pretty uneventful early game. This is kind of the thing with the DLC right now. It's like, oh my god. I know I harp on it all the time, but we've got like this. We've got this, and like that's kind of it for early things to do. Like kind of this, but most people aren't super confident going for it. It's also just like kind of a goofy square that doesn't give you any map progression, and if you die to the damn thing, it's horrendous. It doesn't give you any money. Like if you have Garu, like kill Black Knight Garu or something, like Garu at least gives you 80k. And that first, if I went back and to the curves, the old power curve that I did earlier, where it's like this, the again the DLC, this is that first like 200k and the first four skidoo, and then this is all the other bullshit. So like you really want to hit this sweet spot really aggressively. So getting things like Garu killed, and on some boards getting like Hippo killed or ADM killed, or like Gaius you don't really need juice for. Like getting this first little power spike is really important in the DLC, and then this one is like super luxury, and then you really don't want to be here. You do not want to be here. So yeah, no, thank you, Virch. I appreciate that. So again, they're probably just gonna be doing a bunch of running for a bit. And then yeah, Dom's doing the map, I'm trying to fill the time while they get out onto the map and do their thing. Also, Dom is circling DLC Ashes of Horror and didn't go Wing Stance. So that's like the only one that's like missing from this, which is a very common one to get. Blanks didn't get it because he went back section. Also, I would just like to say that in general, this game was a lot cleaner from Parky, particularly than her last DLC performance. Like this game, she didn't show the indecision problems. She just like went for squares that felt relatively synergistic to her. She dealt with the threats that Blanks was putting out. She didn't really have like incidents or anything. It was just like this game was more like a Blanks show than it was a like the last game we talked a lot about Parky and how like Parky was like trying to find her footing in the game. In this game, I'm probably gonna be talking more about Blanks and about his how his decision making controlled the game. Like Blanks was in tremendous control this game, and it was really cool to watch. Anyway, we'll skip ahead. Bunch of bullshit running around. No squares marked for 10 minutes roughly. So typically DLC games don't start until like 10-ish minutes. So yeah, that's when Blanks gets the first square. This is I get like it's a square. It's a square that you get along the map. It's fine. He got it. It's cool. I do think that like Parky getting Moonrathil here is actually really nice. NPC dropped weapons progress blocks like this line, which is otherwise pretty shit. Like this like if you're behind on like blow a finger and lose NPC drop weapons or something like this, row 4 is pretty awful. So getting Moonrathil to express some prio on that, very, very nice. The thing is like I think after this she goes a little too much toward it, perhaps. Although it's hard to say because Florus X is also kind of a nice square-ish. Like it. God, I have such a hard time with the DLC because like very few squares are actually nice anymore. There's like I guess they're the nicest of the options that exist. Um, but yeah, Moonrathil definitely was a nice call. And then I think opening up ADM on this board is let's do a count. Let's just do a count. South. What do we got south? We got floor sacks. We have super late game shit that I'm not really gonna count. Ram. NPC drop weapons, I guess. Sort of painting rewards ish. Sort of base game bosses ish. Senesax. Yeah, I don't know that I care. I don't know that I care about South here, potentially. I mean, me being me, I do prefer Shadowkeep greatly to South. Let's take a look at Shadowkeep. Mog, Mesmer being center. Gaius Pants. Below. Iris, sort of. Paintings, sort of. Doing the Bird Warrior from Rao. Much cleaner, if possible. Helms. Definitely 11 Skadu, and then the late game stuff. So it's like a slight tilt towards Shadowkeep. There's a bunch of like other random bullshit. Like what Dom said in the commentary, where like this game was a pretty mid game board. I think that was spot on. It's not like a super deep late game board. It's like the regional powers like relatively evenly split with a little bit of a tilt towards Shadowkeep. There's also like a bunch of just like middle squares that just aren't really doing a whole lot. Like Rolana, I mean, Rolana's kind of nice for Mog and stuff, but it's in a weird spot. It doesn't, I don't know. Curseblade, pretty middling as well. It's just kind of in the middle of the, but when I say middling, it's like it doesn't give you a ton of velocity into the game. Like I like Rolana, I really do. With Mog, it's nice, I guess, but like Curseblade kind of mid. But otherwise, just kind of middle of the map, not going anywhere. Bloodfiend being another one. I forgot to highlight Maddingham when I was highlighting Shadowkeep squares. Sort of Iris of Grace as well. I would put as like also kind of a middle of the map square. Invaders. Sort of Catacombs, because you have to do the Death Knight one, which is bad. The Bird Warrior, if you do it the Aggie way. Like all these squares are just kind of hanging out in the middle. There was nothing past Salza. Hate to break it to you. But yeah, here they're both in the ADM fight, which is fine. I think Shadowkeep, South, both are fine. No real notes on that part. I think one of the last couple things I wanted to point out about Parky in the early game is when we get to Logre. So the time when Logre feels the best, and remember there used to be the just like straight up kill Logre square. The time that square felt the best is when you can like kill a boss, ADM in this case, grab a Grace, warp back, and do your purchase. Because like sometimes, especially if you're like working on getting more familiar with the flow of the DLC, finding the right time to do your purchase is big game. So this is what Parky does here. I think this is a really nice call. Buys a Grease. The thing is like she has the Ash. She went for like the Ashes of War alongside Blanks in the early game. So she 100% needed to buy a Wet Blade there and then fill out this Talisman set. And she did, okay, so she does fill out the Talisman set, but she didn't equip them all, right? Like Dom noted that as well, but I didn't see it live. Like what are we doing here? Oh, she was trying to do the bumper move between the different ones in the menu, but she just re-equipped this like different ones every time in the same slot. So she's only got like one extra talisman on this whole game. That's really unfortunate. But you know, you're thinking about other stuff. But yeah, definitely still leaving there with like this much money. We want a Wet Blade. So Wet Blade, Ash of War, get the cold on this thing. Get that double status, huge power bonus, the biggest power bonus that you can have. So yeah, definitely want to be doing that in the future. She never opened her equipment tab for the rest of the game. A bummer. And then on Logre, this guy using the poking attacks on the Great Katana is pretty rough. Like he just like ducks. His like moveset will like carry him over the blade very often. The downhill one, he's just like always in kind of low profile because he's like hunched over and shit. And it just whiffs all the time. Like, look at that. 2 whiffs. Like, basically, you want to always be doing the neutral R1 if you can, or the R1 overhead stance. He can get out of the triple overhead stance. The thrusts whiff, like, probably 60 to 80% of the time. Just kind of, like, what like the Tom method that I've used is just like R1 block cancel, R1 block cancel, like, and it just kind of keeps him in the loop the whole time. The downward diagonal chop hits him despite his weird motion most of the time. We do see one miss, of course, right as I say that, hilarious, but way more consistent than pokes, and just always getting out of the pokes. Anyway, moving on from this particular fight. Parky ports somewhere and like doesn't use cash. This was really nice, by the way, going in down and grabbing the skidoo. There's kind of like, it's kind of something that both her and Aggie do a lot, is when they finish a square, they just like warp out, or like they skipped a bunch of shit to get the square. Less so Parky, but like skip some stuff to get the square and then warp out, rather than like grabbing the value associated with the square. But yeah, that's a nice move. I for the most part, I really like what Parky did there. She bought things at Kale, ran at Loger, killed Loger, ran down, got the skidoo. I wouldn't really be so excited about the skidoo, but like this 11 skidoo square is a motherfucker. Like it takes so many fragments to get, that like every little piece that you can grab along the way can make that much easier if it ever becomes relevant. Otherwise, I don't think I would really care. She's probably got enough skidoo reasonably for the rest of the game. Now, there's a point here where like Blanks, let's see, Blanks did Florus Axe. He had been running back section at some point. When was that? I think it was just like when he was doing his Ashes of War route. I'll just skip back ahead. So Blanks is just kind of getting map. So this Florus Axe square is quite nice. Actually, let me get out of the Loger fight so that we can see the whole board. So Blanks gets Florus Axe. The Grace down there is nice. It's progress towards Ram. It's progress towards Finger. Progress towards base game boss. That's like mostly it, but still pretty decent, especially since it's all in a column. Like, very nice progress. He's also like got a presence in Shadowkeep, and then basically from like here on out, or roughly here on out, it's kind of the blank show. So he's got some Shadowkeep. Parky marks the NPC, drops weapons. He knows Parky's in the south. Basically, like there's not really a way to do this in this current format that doesn't involve killing ADM with the squares that are on the board at this moment. So what Blanks does is he's like, okay, going for something in the south is a little dangerous because Parky's like hypothetically there and can do something. This is a little tough. Like Parky does kind of want this for the block, but this square also kind of contributes to ruining her game. Like you don't really want to be pushed into Catacombs or Yolan. That's kind of like the ick of this column, but 3 unique invaders is, again, it's just like a pile of health to chew through for like very little value, so it's kind of rough. Meanwhile, the note that I have is like, here is the power of single kill squares in the DLC. So like, well, like we see Parky just like chewing away at all these NPCs. Like Blanks just like runs towards Rolana in like the time where it takes Parky to kill like the weakest of the invaders, and then Blanks is going to be done with Rolana by the time Parky's done with Queeline. And that's just like the power of these single kill squares, where you just like go to one place, do one fight, and get a square and like a bunch of power and stuff. So he greases up. Fight is super clean, and we see Parky down here moving on to more at this time as Rolana ticks out. So basically, in the time that it takes Parky to get 2 of the 3 invaders, Blanks has killed a Remembrance boss, which is way more money. Progress towards Mog, and he gets to like use the next bit of time to continue his back section run. He's already at the Church District, High Road, and yeah, he's just able to get into Church District back section. Parky has no progress there. So like from this point on, he's in command of the game. He's got this threat, and he basically gets to tell Parky what square she's doing for the entire rest of the game. So he's already told Parky to do invaders. which is just keeping her in that center of the map where you just have no acceleration, no ability to progress your game deeper into the map and get access to more squares. And then because and this was like ultimately kind of a good read by Parky. Like she doesn't know that Blanks is pushing Shadowkeep at this time, so she doesn't like Psycho Send Mesmer or something. I feel like maybe paintings would have been a little better. Like the thing is like this like catacombs paintings. There's like some play here. There's Midra matting hands. Like you could count on this solving your problems. It's just like kind of long and dangerous. But like having to do this curse blade here, like I mean it is a single kill square, so it doesn't take like that much time. But because Blanks is in control of the threats and he's like he knows what Parky's doing the entire game, he just gets to like he gets to send Parky to a direction, and then spend time setting up the next square that she has to do, and then spend time setting up the next square that she has to do, and Parky just never gets to choose her own square for the rest of the game. And this is just like what Blanks is doing really, really well. So up Shadowkeep, Parky decides to go for the Curse Blade for the block on the row 3. Makes a lot of sense. Blanks, meanwhile, pivots out for the Bird Warrior. So when he and what the reason that he does this, by the way, let's take a look. He gets up to Specimen Storehouse, like just a little. Okay, so Parky marks. Yo, what up, Plasteezy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Parky marks the NPC invaders while Blanks is doing this church district run. So he now knows like where Parky is relative to him. Like Parky is still in Shadow Altus, and it's basically a fact. So Blanks knows that he has like the entire run of Church District. Does he read chat? Lol. Yes, I do. It's mostly that this is like a breakdown in highlights mode. So while I have things to say and while I'm in flow state, I'm gonna keep going with it. But yeah, this is also kind of a special segment that we don't do all the time. So that's what we're doing. So he now knows exactly where Parky is. Parky's kind of running this way and then realizes she has to go kill the Curse Blade. And Blanks, when he sees the invader, knows that he has a certain amount of time to go do something else. And basically he's like, okay, I'm pretty sure I have enough time to like specifically kill the Bird Warrior and still beat Parky to Mesmer. Like the Bird Warrior isn't that important of a square here, but it's like, it's really good bingo fundamentals of being able to, like, know how much time ahead of your opponent you are on the map, and then come back for a square that is otherwise just kind of whatever. Like you clean it up and then you're still ahead. That's how you like really manage your map control. So really, really well done from Blanks. Nice square to choose, just a little shitty one-off. Just get it out of the way, don't have to worry about it. You know, I mentioned earlier that it would have been fine to go do this from Rao. He could have done it from Rao, but as was mentioned earlier, there's not really a whole lot out there. It's just the Helms and Letta. So, and I guess the Iris, yeah, kind of fine to just go and do this through the teleporter. Yeah, I've had kind of enough of this. Okay. So Blanks gets the key and Moggs. I didn't even notice that actually in my other watch. Has the money, just uses that as his like way out of the situation as well. Like doesn't have to quit out or whatever. Drops the combat with the Mog and then just goes straight for the Bird Warrior, setting up like all kinds of stuff in unique lines. So he's already got like threat control with the row 3. So basically what he does from there is like, now it's time to scatter a little bit. Scatter shot on the board, block out new, like neither of these build any new threats or anything, but because they're in like unique lines diagonal to each other, they each block out a unique column and row. So he just like gets a lot of coverage on the board really quickly to make sure that there's not any come from behind bingos, because the way that Parky starts to regain control of this game is putting up a threat somewhere that takes Blanks off of his game. That's like the best way to do it. So he goes and gets some like random squares that he knows he has time for and doesn't allow that to happen. And then we'll see it again. Basically, he's going to go kill the Bird Warrior. He's going to go back to Shadowkeep. And then Parky's going to kill the Curse Blade. And Blanks is going to know that he's got more time again. And then he's going to go do something else. So he goes to back section, starts progressing Loft. Parky kills the Curse Blade, and then Blanks was dropping down to Mesmer. And I'm not even gonna say that. Like, I'm gonna say this for sure. I don't even remember what he does, or if he does do anything different. I can't remember. I just know. I know he's gonna go do something different because this is how he's been playing. He's gonna get the Grace. He's gonna teleport somewhere else. I cannot for the life of me. Okay, blow a finger was what he chose. Yeah, it's just like the play pattern that he's doing. So he's getting closer and closer to this big center square. It's still a really powerful center square. Nothing in the diagonals has been claimed yet. Blocks column 3. Obviously, the column and row associated with it are blocked, but opening up both diagonals for yourself, getting Mesmer, refunding that Memory of Grace 500k for yourself for your power in the game, very big. But it's not like so urgent that he can't do something else. And like hypothetically, Parky just killed Labyrinth, and like if Blanks is like, okay, now she's headed back section. If Blanks is like, okay, that's the case. Now, if I like get to Emir first, then I can take Blow a Finger because he knows Parky south from the dropped weapons. So what he's choosing to do here is he's choosing to Blow a Finger because it defends his prio. Now that he knows like there's a good chance that Parky is on her way. Parky's doing Iris here, which I don't entirely get. She doesn't have the Grace to begin with, the Iris of Grace, and she hasn't gone Shadowkeep yet. So going and killing this Queeline, I don't think there's anything else here. So I would say this is kind of a low value move going into Bellerod at this point. But yeah, Blank's choosing to defend the blowing a finger. This is the obvious, or like the kind of on its face steal that Parky would try to make if she were looking to cut into Blank's prio. So very nice read from Blanks here. And also pretty fast given the map that he already has. He already has Flores Sax's Grace. He's already got the Grace at the Church District High Road. Just goes in, talks to Emir really quick. And also continues to set him up for the Yolan, which is also on the diagonal with Mesmer, which he's eyeing up at some point. So just very, very deliberate and masterful choices, I would say. Very, very well done. This is the best, I think, that Blanks has looked in the DLC this season so far. Like, he's looked like a little on the shakier side, still like strong, but like not really the same shade of Blanks from season 4. And this game, he looked like very much back in form of like really having a good understanding of how to control the board. And like was pointed out in commentary, it's not like Parky played this game all that badly. It's just like she obeyed Blanks's orders, like marching orders of where to go and what to do and stuff. She did it all very, very well and stuff. But like, in order to get out, like, and this is kind of the more overall theme of the game. In order to get out of under the thumb of the person who's doing this to you, you have to do something weird. You have to like you basically have to go deep and like just go sneak into Shadowkeep and do something weird to knock him off of his game. Because as the more that he's just controlling you and doing exactly what he's telling you to do, like the better his game plan, like the more informed his game plan is going to be, the more efficient he's going to be playing. You got to get out from that somehow, and the best way to do it is just to be weird and go do something crazy. So if you just continue to play predictably, it's going to end in defeat. I am very nice. Thank you. Yo, what up, 9? How's it going? Welcome on in, the both of you. All right, back to it. What were some more notes that I had? Mostly, like, the notes are kind of playing out the way that I was remembering. I did have a note about Parky skipping the Grace for the Helms and stuff, but, like, not really super important. There was another moment that was kind of interest. So, Blanks is, of course, a nice Mesmer. Again, just kind of cruising, doing whatever the hell he wants. Back section. A lot of value here. Gaius, Kadu, base game bosses if he wants them. Just kind of later access to Yolan. Just straight chilling. Basically, the biggest play that is still available to Parky to really mix things up in the game is Frenzy. So, Frenzy is... actually, I'm going to do it in her color. Frenzy is Midra. Painting rewards. Matting Hand. Catacombs. So what it does is it blocks top left, column 5, and then is just like 4 squares, which, I mean, obviously some of these are very long, but like that's kind of the square difference right now if you're kind of working towards it. It'd be nice to steal away some of the stuff in south, like Ram at some point, or I don't know, maybe Senesax, maybe, I don't know. Stealing the helms at this point feels kind of bad because like Messmers are like the helms feel, I refer to this concept a lot. Like, when do squares feel good to do? Helms feels good to do when you can connect a few disparate ideas. So like Shadow Tree, Mesmer, Tree Spirits, Sorceries. Sorceries is a big one that people don't think about a lot because under the water, there's the Tree Spirit with the sorcery. Up by Kud, there's a sorcery. So that one really helps. Anything in Rao, like, it helps connect, like, Drain with Burn, the Sealing Tree. So, like, this is a nice connection square. But the more of the connections that start to disappear from the square, like right now, there's very little to do with it still on the board. It starts to just feel like a chore square where you just have to run to a few shitty locations and fight a few shitty fuckers. So like at this point, this square does not feel amazing. I mean, she does have to come up with a block on the top right. I don't know. It's tough. I mean, like, she gets to this. Okay, on the converse side, it does link this Iris kind of nicely because she does need the water drain for it, and she didn't drain on the way through. So having to backtrack, go through, and drain, like, this is quite nice. Big fan of you and Bingo. Appreciate. Oh, you guys are together. Okay, gotcha. A pair. Hell yeah. From the RU community? Oh, hell yeah. I had a lot of fun with Rawlight when the Russians were still part of the season. I was really hoping to see what he'd be able to do. I didn't get to really do anything with Lorien. I don't know what his deal is, but Rawlight was very cool. It's pretty fucking hard to come back here. Oh, definitely. I'm just kind of pointing out the plays that still have like the most play to them. Iris and Helms are not the strongest of combos. It's really kind of Frenzy's the last pocket of things here. And then I seem to recall somebody actually did choose to do it at some point. It was Blanks, right? I had to like do some stuff towards the end of this to get ready for my own stream, and the game is pretty cooked, so I didn't watch like exactly the end. Yeah, so Parky just has to run to these like 3 very different, very kind of deadish places at this point to get these helms. I think this is like, that was the skip death is like Blanks' only kind of fuck up this game. Hilarious. Yeah, just gets the 2 easy base game bosses. Parky is on her way back here, just eating up all the value out from under her as she goes. Here, she does choose to pursue the Frenzy, but does she pivot for paintings rather than go for Frenzy? Yeah, sorta. Yeah, the backing out for Chief Bloodfiend here is kind of tough. I mean, it's hard to leave fast dangling squares like Bloodfiend when your opponent's like very quickly approaching that number 13 that closes out the game. But also you can't really leave Frenzy behind. In a way, it was kind of weird for Blanks to contest Frenzy in the first place because like it's the hottest part of the map. It's probably where Parky needs to go in order to stay in the game. So when you're at like 10, 11, 12, you just want to avoid getting sniped. So like oftentimes you would just like ignore the best section of the map and go prep things like Senesax, Yolan, the Skidoo. Like these are, maybe even Letta, like these are very safe final squares to do. But the other thing is like, because Frenzy is so, on this board, it's so goofy. Like whoever gets there first is gonna get Matting Hands, but from there it just diverges completely. Like painting rewards, completely different direction. Midra, completely different direction. Catacombs, like the second catacomb, completely different direction. So I think like unlike a lot of frenzy boards, this one, I think blanks going here makes a good deal of sense because if Parky like gets matting hand, she's almost certainly gonna leave and go do something else. So then blanks gets to just like come in and sweep up some random square, and it's just like super chill for him. So not a bad decision in the slightest, given this composition of how frenzy is laid out. Can't believe Dom is just commentating this season. You might be wrong though. What do you mean by that? As opposed to playing, or yeah. Domo is not the player here. The player is Parky. Parkenherber. Dom is El Yaparino. Yeah. It's like really weird to play in an event that you yourself are running. English isn't great, but you're good at bingo. Is there any chance that you could wait? Is there any chance I could play with you if you do well at bingo club? If you're in bingo club, like while the bingo brawler season is around, like I'm very involved in that kind of stuff. But I will be back involved with bingo club as soon as this season ends, basically, for sure, for sure. Also, for anyone who isn't aware, there is a very vibrant and active bingo community called Bingo Club, which I do help to run. And if anyone has ever been interested in bingo before, that is the place to go to learn, meet like-minded folks who are also interested, and just a cool place to hang out. And especially during the off season, like when there's not a active bingo brawler season going on, that is the place to be and hang out if you're still interested in being around the bingo scene. So do check it out if you're so inclined. So yeah, Parky did have this grace down here, but again, pivoting back for Blood Fiend does mean that Blanks gets to jump ahead and just get ahead on the frenzy stuff. Yo, what up, Anwar? How's it going? One thing I'm kind of interested in, whoops, is are there people playing today? Because I would love a little bit more commentary to do. Um, is the website updated? I keep asking this. If it's not at this point, I'm just gonna. Okay, I he hasn't updated yet. I'm commentating tomorrow. I will be there. There's only gonna be one match, but I will be joining Domo in commentary tomorrow. So that's why I wanted to be. That's why I wanted to be doing the commentary practice. So yes, I will be there in the booth. I was wanting to not mention it until it was on the website because, jinxing and shit, but because it's like literally tomorrow, because it's literally tomorrow, I guess I'll just say it. He just hasn't updated it yet. But yes, I finally got my spot. Unfortunately, the gods of the universe have conspired to give Gustav a goddamn child. Curse him. No, I'm just kidding. So Gustav will not be playing tomorrow. So that means it's just one game that I get to comment, which is like, no, but at the same time, I also think there's a good shot that like maybe Domo intended it that way as kind of like a little trial run to like see how I do with just one game instead of like a whole day. So either way, I appreciate the opportunity big time, and I will look to be doing my absolute damnedest bestest. Gustav clearly stated in the season 6 trailer that Elden Ring was more important than his life. No, yeah, I think it'll be great. Yo, thank you, Sador. Thank you for the gifted tier 1, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited to get to join Dom on the commentary stage. I hope tomorrow's game is a good one. It's gonna be gray and twisty in the later time slot, because otherwise it would be like 5 a.m. in Australia. So they'll be playing in the later time slot. It'll be a little late for gray. And thank you again. Thank you again for the gifted sub. Appreciated. You should play in the delivery room like a true gamer. That's crazy. I appreciate that, Anwar. Yeah, it will get pretty late for Gray for sure. But I feel like it's better to make people stay up a little too late than it is for people to get up a little too early. I think, like, I don't know. Maybe that's just my own personal preference. Very excited for Twisty versus Gray, rooting for both of them, so hoping for a 1-1. I think Twisty is like relatively the underdog, so I'd probably be rooting for Twisty a little bit more. The other thing that's kind of funny is like I've known Gray longer than anyone else in the Bingo Brawlers scene, so I do get to I gotta be careful. I think he's got to be careful. I gotta like not not yeah, baby. Bro, Anwar, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits, dude. Thank you, thank you. And I totally hate him. Yeah, exactly. I just I gotta be conscious of the fact that like everybody like not everybody knows Gray, like, and the people who know me and Gray would have like no problem with me like teasing him or whatever, but like in like on thousands of people who have no idea who the fuck we are, if I'm just like taking the Mickey out of Gray and like flaming the shit out of him like on the big stage or whatever, like I don't think that would be the the wisest course of action. But it's gotta like Gray, by the way, for context, Gray is like kind of like my Chris. Like he's just like little bro that's just like, oh my god, this fucking guy. So I have to manage that energy a little bit and not let it not let it color the cast. But it's kind of like you gotta be gotta be careful. But we'll see. Just keep saying he's Croatian. I don't think he cares that much about that kind of thing, but I think he'd be more devastated if I were like flaming his gameplay or something. or he'd probably be like mortified if I was telling stories about his bingo history. It's like more than anyone else, I got the T on Gray, dude. I got the T on that guy. Just say he's your Chris and everyone will understand it perfectly. I probably should mention that, to be honest. The Gray meme map? Yes. Yes. Where did that go, actually? We can bring that back. Yes. This is how Gray understands the DLC. Back section? Nope. Enter a limb? Nope. That's the gray map of the DLC. I think he's finally started to like get it that this season you just can't do that shit. I've got another like kind of goofy surprise for the broadcast as well. I won't spoil it. It's dumb, but it'll be fun. I'm gonna have my maximum amount of fun with it, and hopefully I get to do it more. You never know. I look forward to getting flamed in YouTube comments like Chris did or something. Second puppy, that'd be crazy. Am I dressing up? Who knows? Who knows? Dude, I should wear my Queeline wig. No, I shouldn't. All right, hang on. Let me see if anybody is I would love to watch a practice game, but worst case, I would play with somebody if they needed a match. Tom and Sweater playing 33 Immortals? What the fuck is this? That's some little game. Is it Mariachi Frog? No, but funny you should mention that because that is a stretch goal for my fundraiser to go to the finals. I do have to actually travel a good distance in order to attend the in-person finals, which I do plan to do and I would love to do. We're working on making this sub goal by mid-September to try and get there. So gotta do the plane ticket, hotel, food, all that kind of shit. Shit's expensive in the US right now, so we're doing a sub fundraiser through that time. And one of the goals, as you can see, the 250 goal is the profile picture cosplay of my Mariachi Frog guy. So that's the stretch goal for all of this. I'm gonna put a ping out just to see if there are folks who need practice. Oops, almost pinged Parky. Not Parky, practice. Anyone need a match? Question mark. Hopefully we can get a match going in here pretty quick. I can afford to eat in this economy. Sorta, not really. Every now and then, the food around the house gets a little degen mode. But yeah. You need me to wear formal mode? Just be patient. Be patient. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, the mariachi frog cosplay was a chat idea. For some time. Definitely not for tomorrow because I gotta get like a weird jacket for it. I gotta get a sombrero. I gotta get green face paint. A bow tie. Like it's actually kind of a lot of stuff. Like I do not dress like my mariachi frog IRL very often. So yeah. Okay. Anyone looking to play? Nobody so far. Maybe it's just like an awkward time. Like Swed and Tom are doing something. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should actually ping Bingo Club if nobody's around. Let's do it. If nobody's around, let's do a community match. I get made fun of too much for not doing it, despite being in. What? Perfect. Oh my god, and he did it right. I don't even have to do shit. Holy fuck. No, he didn't do it. What the fuck? Wait, hang on. Is my thing disconnected? View window. What was it? Balance future islands? Did it go through? Hang on, this is more important. Why is that not working? The song if I bought also didn't respond. Old? Can it not find the song or something? No, no, that should be exactly what you need to do. Where's my bot, brother? Fuck. Hang on, let me put out the actual ping. Okay, so we're looking for a match, and then I'll sort out Woofy's fucking song request. God damn it. Why didn't the thing work? Gray's been having issues with Songify because the API is fucked up at the moment. Blah. Alright, fine. We go back to old school then. What was it again? Future Islands Balance. Okay. There we go. Alright. They were just trying to test it. All right. I have pinged for a match in the bingo club. I guess we'll just like continue watching Blanks fight Midger or whatever while we wait. I can put up a notice as well, letting people know what we're doing. Surprised? I guess like because there's only one match tomorrow, there's like less brawlery people playing today. Time for you to farm some MMR. You want to play Woofy? I'll play you. I kind of can't wait for the season to end where we can like change the square set for the rank queue. Oh god. That'll be nice. Looking forward to that one. You just got exposed for being washed at the DLC. I don't know. I mean, I put out the ping a couple minutes ago and nobody has responded, so I don't know. First come, first serve. Whoever wants to play. Feel free. Whomever's around. Haven't even beaten Midra once. Blanks is, I don't know what he was thinking with this Qatar, by the way. Like I don't know what this was about. Like the damage was kind of nothing. I don't know if he was just like chilling or having fun. But why an ego boost? I mean, I have been playing a lot of Tom and Blanks lately. Nah, I'm just kidding. He's playing this fight like very carefully. It's like very chill and deliberate. No sexy punishes. Well, it does go for the jump attack there. But there are some like kind of nice strafes and things that you can do against Midra. He's not really electing to do. He's also not using either of the like cool parts of this weapon, where it's either like the one-handed charge R2, which does an absurd amount of poise damage, or the fact that this has impaling thrust, which is cool. Proud of Aggie, showed up on game day and impressed. You thought it was going to be a 2-0. I think this is exactly what I expected to happen. A 1-1 split with like really close games in both formats. I think both of them played really well. It was a really, really cool set to watch. Best of the main event so far. Oh damn, I didn't even notice that Parky died to the Death Knight. I mean, she's like checked out and chilling though. 2-0 Sirius was more likely than 2-0 Aggie. I would agree. You thought Aggie would take base and Sirius would take DLC? I don't know. I kind of thought both were kind of a toss-up. I think they're both weaker in the DLC, so I thought it could go either way. And then I think, like, they're both pretty damn good at the base game. So I also thought that could go either way. Feel for Parky. She had a rough start. Hang on. Let me look at the groups real fast. So I have to make this smaller so it actually show up on stream. Why is this so fucking big? There we go. So if we look at the groups, so Parky is in this group, which I think, like, of the two groups, this is probably the tougher one, especially now that Chemist has been replaced. So, like, it's a little bit of a shame that Parky didn't get the whatever you'd like, Woofy. It's a little bit of a shame that Parky didn't get the chance to play Chemist, because she would have definitely made Chemist look like Sirius made Chemist look. But like now with Chemist gone, now this group has firmed up a little bit and it's a little tougher. I also thought honestly that Parky was gonna beat Raydance. I think like Parky showed, like, if Parky played how she played today, I think it would have been a lot closer. I think she played especially shaky against Raydance, and I think that was probably her favored matchup. So, Yeah, I think the rest of the group is going to be kind of tough for her with Chemist gone and the Raydans match already out of the way. So we'll see. I kind of thought that she was going to surprise some folks with how good she was looking in practice. I hope that that's the case. I really, really do. She's still like gotten like even from this week to last week, she's improved. Like, but yeah, now the group starts to look a little bit trickier. Meanwhile, this group, Roman is on his like growth arc. Gray, did they spell Gray's name wrong? Why is there such a big space between the R's? Huh. Um, Swed is strong, but a little unpredictable. Gustav is kind of getting his feet under him. Twisty's getting her feet under her. Tom is obviously a menace. Both, I think, like with Chemists. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think both groups are evening out a little with how good Roma is looking. And how good Sweat is looking, honestly. Like I was thinking Sweat's base game weakness was gonna be a little bit potent. But I mean against Twisty, he looked pretty dominant. So I think he could impress in the base game this tournament. It finally started to click for him. It was taking a bit, but he's definitely starting to cook for sure. Yeah, I think like people who've been saying like, oh, the tournament's been kind of lopsided, blah 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 blah, like that, it's gonna start looking really nice. I think it's gonna start looking really really nice. Sweat's played so much damn base game. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed comments. Why is Chemist gone? Chemist is gone because he didn't like Bingo, and so they managed to find a replacement for him. All right, huge. We're playing Woofy. Let's go. Woofy. What is Woofy? What did you ultimately choose to do? Base? All right, let's do it. Let's do it, Mr. Woof.
God. It's
Jesus,
embarrassing.
dude.
Hi.
Hi.
um, Sorry, give me a second. I'm just setting up OBS. Not that I want people to watch me, but if people want to watch both perspectives, I guess.
All right. I guess I technically have a lobby. I booted one up earlier for some reason.
Okay. You think I would know how to use OBS by now. Chroma key? Is that what we're doing? Yeah.
I gotta set a title real quick.
Okay.
Cool, cool, cool. All
I
right.
think I set this up right. All right. Just a fair warning, Jack. I have not played a 1v1 base game since probably our match in Bingo Bash.
Lord. All right, this
It's
should
been
be fun.
yeah, it's been a while. But I'm so tired of DLC.
I feel you.
Yeah. Oh wait, did you post a seed? Sorry.
Yeah, I posted a seed.
Okay, my bad.
Also, if you could be a colorblind friendly color, if you don't mind.
Yeah, what does that entail? I should
Blue.
know that. But blue, okay. Ugh.
Haven't heard or seen games from Chemist Replacement. What's their bingo familiarity? I don't know. I'm told that there is some, but I don't know. I'm not familiar with them.
Okay.
It's funny, I can change your team name. I feel like maybe I should be able to change your color as well. Kind of nice.
It would
As
be, yeah, it would
admin.
make sense.
Ask
So
her.
blue. Okay, there we go. There we are. All right, balls. We're not picking that class, right?
I'm still booting up.
Oh. Okay, it's balls with vagabonds. Audio application audio capture. That's what I want.
I'll do no balls. I'll do no balls.
Yeah. Okay. I like it. It's, that's some diversity. It's, so
You can do balls.
honestly, I should.
Yeah, probably.
I probably need it, but nah, I'm fine. I'll be all right. Okay, all right. Balls. I think my stream's running. Who knows? I don't really.
Yeah, we're probably on the same
All right.
thing.
I think I'm good to go then.
All right. Good luck, my friend.
All right. Good luck, sir.
All right, here we go. First game of what the fuck? Oh my god, it's still on. It's still on the Mecha Chameleon. Shit. Elden Ring.
We're also banning Warrior.
Okay.
I'm kidding though. We can use Warrior.
Okay. Oh wait. Game sound. Okay. You guys can hear stuff? I see why he's banning Warrior. Okay, what am I gonna do? Yeah, what's the board actually? I'll be able to read chat in just a little bit. I gotta get sorted for the start of the game. 4 god bosses. Let's see, this is dupe. Tunnels. It's a weird board. Radon. Kind of a little bit of something over here in Liurnia. Sort of this. What am I doing? Probably just rush the tunnels, I guess. In that case, I guess a strike weapon is what the doctor ordered. Bows only. No whips. There's a whip in the starting class, of course. So we're looking for a strike weapon, probably. Maybe Kaistus. Pretty good stats. Let's just go here. Key. What makes you say that, Reaver? Did he mention it? Really, basically every base game square is murder. Oh, I didn't start. Oh, wait, actually, there's some shit I didn't see. Okay. Gargs as well. Harry shield. It's cool. Bit's kind of funny. Why is the shield so hairy? What the hell? Oh, you just by observation, you thought he looked anxious? More seemed like he didn't give a fuck. That was kind of my impression, is that he just, like, didn't really care. What is my dog doing, dude? You guys see her? No. Gotta move the camera once the grafted scion spawns. It's doing some weird shit. course she stops as soon as I move the camera. She's like licking the door frame. Irony you definitely wants to practice. They have pinged the server before. Of course, I move the camera and she leaves. Hilarious. Yeah. That's basically what it is, Billa Bruce. Yo, what up, Tatra? How's it going? Playing bingo on hard mode with the Phoebe. Yep. Basically. Yo, what up, Endo? I feel like I haven't seen you in a bit. How have things been going? Been busy? Good busy or bad busy? Not bad? Good, good, good. That's good to hear. Being good busy is good shit. I feel like there's a pretty good chance that he'll be doing tunnels, and we'll just, like, have a better shot at doing it faster than me with the balls, but we'll see. Yo, thank you, 9. Whoops, just kind of ran the wrong way. It's actually been a while since I played. I had a day off into, like, full commentary day, into Mecha Chameleon day, into commentary. I may be rusty. I rust so damn fast, actually. It's crazy. All right.
They sir, but you, I can put turning to 80. You need to the foot. Then it's something.
Well, Woofy hasn't played in a cajillion years, so he's gonna be even more rusty than I am. Oops, overshot it. I have no idea where Phoebe went. Get that screen real estate back a little bit. So the order of tunnels that I'm going to do is I'm going to do Old Altus first for stones, and then I'm going to do Misbegotten for axe check, and then I'll probably just wrap it up with Limgrave for the ones. Kind of just going in descending order of importance. I think, like, getting the great axe check when I didn't start with a great weapon is going to be really nice. I guess there's a concern where I die to fucking Scaly again because I don't have a good weapon for it. That'll, like, micro-stagger her or something. Or him. I don't know. What are the Misbegottens, anyway? No, yeah, I mean, yeah. Phoebe's worth whatever squares I lose along the way due to her crawling on me or whatever. Peeing. Jack has been glowing since he got her. I would agree. She's brought a lot of light to my life. I don't anticipate dying here, so I'm not gonna grab this grace. I keep seeing... I was actually gonna make a note of this in the match highlights, but I keep seeing people do this tunnel from the other direction from what I'm about to do. It seems way worse. Oh my god. I also just short hopped. Okay, well. Ignore the self-curse. I short hopped and aggroed that guy. But, like, you don't have to do the quit out if you, like, run from this way first normally. Yeah, Watchdog Staff is nice, for sure. That could be a contender. But, like, you often see people get stuck behind the shack And, like, they have to do a quit out in order to get out of there. What's that noise? It's not been the friendliest tunnel. Buh. We should start starting squares we don't want to do. The problem is, like, I star a certain set, and then I see something else that I don't want to forget, and then I start starring that as well. But I think, like, when you have a lot of stars, it's kind of nice because it tells you, like, when you should be concerned about something. Like, if you see a lot of your starred squares start to go, then it's like, oh shit, I should be a little concerned because I was, like, interested in this line, and now a lot of the starred squares in it are gone. Like, maybe that means that I need to be very concerned about blocking this. It's more important that you, like, when the stars are for yourself, it's more important that you remember why the stars are important. Like, when you look at the board, like, when I look at Tibia's, like, Tibia's is on its face kind of a shit square. Like, why would I have that starred? Oh yeah, that's right, because it goes along with, like, the explosive physic and painting rewards and stuff, so. Yeah, let me see if I can remember how to get all the ones. Huge. Did I grab the Grace here? I'm a little worried about this. I keep dying to this fucking guy. Yep. I said that about the first tunnel. Huge. Shitty weapon, which is unfortunate, but I do have the watchdogs, so we can always go back for that. Would I like multiple icons? I think stars are good enough, to be honest. I did grab 3, so I'm all set. I think after this I just do the Shifra run for stones. I guess a little... Always Southern Liurnia. Southern Liurnia being the other good option. NPC bosses. Yeah, and I've got the money. Yeah, Southern Liurnia it is. This always reminds me of that game show that Chris had where they had to select their weapons at the beginning from a drawing. Was that one of the strings attached? Did they have, like, super shitty drawings and, like, here, pick what looks like a good weapon, and somebody thought it was balls or something, but it was actually Kaistus. This is a little unfortunate RNG. Right, that has a follow-up hitbox. I forgot about that. Such a shit move to get. Cool. It was the first strings attached? I don't know if I've seen that one. I watched like a lot of them, but... Forgot to start Kayla bosses. Sorta. Someone thought it was iron balls or spike balls. Nice. Damn, real bummer that the Great Axe wasn't better, but again, Watch Dogs will do. Do want this Grace, again, for potential Tibia. Also missed 30 int. I guess I'm getting this Watchdog staff just like maxed, and then we just go Radon's no status with the Watchdog staff. That could be good. I don't like that. Altus Grace that I'm getting is probably Tree Scent Duo.
You're surprised no matter. Why don't you? Oh, don't.
Okay. I'm actually gonna get this here so I don't have to go to Round Table to get a light. Oh no, wait, shit, I should have done that. I forgot I have this Keistis. It's probably lighter or cheaper to upgrade than the staff. I was thinking I would do that instead of get the seal. Actually, I don't know if I can meet the stat requirements for this. Hang on, maybe I should just check. See if there's a good weapon in here. There's not. I should probably do Great Axe check, or Great Sword check, huh? This is probably the best of the weapons that are currently hanging out. What's lightest? Keistis. Yeah, that's lighter than, or cheaper than the staff. Nope. You. Alright, I need more cash. Let's try and do the Tree Sendu, I guess. Could also look to do the avatars, wouldn't be too bad. Anvil Hammer's way too many stats. Way too hard to use in the base game. Also, just like generally not a huge fan of Colossals. Watchdog staff just, I don't know, it always doesn't feel quite like a Colossal to me. It always feels more like a Great Hammer. Also, one of those was a Altus boss. Can probably do these guys with Keistis without too much issue. Actually, plus 12 is pretty bad. This could be sketchy. Let's just take it slow. Should be fine. Actually, do I have a lighter somber? I don't. I guess there was one in the shop. Could have been worth it to buy. Nice. Well, the goal is to stay on the map and keep getting squares while getting what you need. Oh my god, that's such ass. I went for one too greedy of a punish. I knew that was gonna happen, actually. I needed to back off there. It's too hard to dodge that move from directly underneath. Long fight. Yeah, that was definitely something I was kind of interested in doing. Alright, hang on. Let me actually go just do mountaintops real quick, and then just go finish the upgrade. Don't want to double down on a risk. Jesus, the loading screen. Yeah, shield attack is, I mean, it's not too bad to dodge if you're at range, but at close, it's really, really hard. Fuck's sake, dog. Hate this rune. I guess since I'm over here, I'm gonna grab the Grace for the dupe as well. Missed the skip location. Surely I live this, right? Yeah. Sure are. God, that tree sentinel's so close to dead. Ugh. Blech. The dynamite looks sweet, inspired, blowing shit up with me. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy the cheaper thing. I think this ultimately saves me money. Yeah, 800, surely that'll save me some cashola. Then I can get like a little bit of vigor. Probably not enough to survive a shield slam, so maybe it's not worth it. Maybe I should just work on meeting Watchdog staff requirements. Yeah, way cheaper. Holy fuck. How much is this health-wise? That's actually pretty good. Okay, we worry about the weapon requirements a little later. Let me get, where is it? This dropped. The other thing about like Somber 8 is it's only, whoops, I need to stop talking, actually. It's only 2 smithing levels between that and 9 versus the 3. So it's, like, not that bad. Stamina. Oh my god. What the hell is this guy doing? Smacking his butt. What do you do for these guys? Do you do something different? I just like the ride and smack. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember you saying that. What? I'm gonna stay topped off just to make sure I don't get killed by a halberd shot. There we go. Okay, stay for the thing. We're gonna get Radon. Okay. Watchdog staff. 34. That's 23? 23 strength. So I need 11 strength. Kind of a slow board. Yeah, but it's also not like the deepest. Like there's not like Moog and Melania and stuff. It's just like an awkward board. Yeah, there she is again, just licking the door frame. I don't know if you can see that. Look at that shit. What is this animal doing? Did I wait for the hero's rune? I thought I did. Did I not? Yeah. Might not be able to get 11 strength with this. 2k, so like maybe average 3.5 per level. 3 times 10. Yeah, I don't think I got it. It's hating because I don't know how delicious doors are. Suppose I don't. I don't think I give a fuck about this grace. I probably went a little too hard on the vigor, especially because Int is on this board. Should buy a lick mat? Probably. He's not really that much of a licker, though. Like, I don't know what the deal is with that door right now. Yeah, not quite. I still think I'd do it. I'll have to kill something pretty big for the ints. Potentially Melania for a god boss or something. Should still scale this thing. Quality, whatever.
The stars have aligned. The festival.
I actually also don't know the answer to that question, Reaver. Dog is a herding breed, so happy for anything that keeps his attention. Yeah. Yeah, relatable. Aye. Well, I feel be. Dom would be yelling at me for not grabbing Cragblade because I have this weapon, but the goal is to pivot off this weapon, so... Get off my back, hypothetical Dom. Oh! Okay, no, Phoebe, down. Down. She may need to use the dog potty again, maybe. What? Stupid stubby fists. Huge. What the? Cool frame trap. To be fair, it was my fault for getting hit on the previous move, but still. Having a fun time dying incredibly late in fights right now. Big fan of that. Really? No stagger that time somehow. Sure. Oh, couldn't see him. Alright, let's go do incants. Block out the column 4. Yeah, fist whiffs. Classic. The fuck's the grace? Oh my god, I'm all the way over here? Bro took me on a journey. Jesus. Also, since we're pivoting to Watchdog staff, I got bad news for Friendo over here.
Wait, I see. I see it now.
Liurnia. Fucker. Have any random incants from just dumb shit that I've been doing? I do not. What are we capital D? Oh. Yeah, sorry. Should probably keep a little bit of an eye on column 1, actually. Probably more important than the incants at this exact moment, actually. Actually, what am I doing? I don't need all this cash exactly. 23. Don't spend all of it like an idiot. It doesn't go that far, right? Yeah. Ow. Hang on. Hang on. Ah, fuck, I meant to double taps one too many times. No. Holy shit. Why are they hitting so hard? I think Watch Dogs is the last square he does on this line. Or is it? It's Caled boss.
Welcome, dear customer. Yes, right this way.
Maybe I'm walking into a snipe here. I should probably split them, to be honest. I mean, what are you doing? Oh my god, she pulled down the fucking thing again. Phoebe, get off that shit. Get off. No. Do not. Quit pulling these down, dude. Quit pulling down the sound panels. Ugh. Yo, what up, awesomeness? Hey, get out of there. Cut it out. Cut it out. Fucking hell. Oh shit, you're right. Baby, down. Yeah, that one I did remember. I was like not very impressed with the damage, so I wasn't using the Ash. And then dog distractions. I think there's a good chance he fucks off this line, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, he's going for it. I'm gonna have to freeball these watchdogs, which is not gonna be easy. Save me a little bit of cash on incants. Oh god, I thought I fucked it up. Fuck's sake. You dick. The fact that imps run faster than you sometimes is like so annoying. Okay, now this is gonna be kind of tough. Gotta lock in a little bit. Actually, hold up a sec. Wait, is this a medium shield actually? It is, never mind. Okay, maybe this won't be that bad. Suck it, Woofy. Yeah, it does deal magic damage, doesn't it?
Welcome to I teach and explore so that one ensuring either way. You do most time you are well.
I should probably push this diag, actually.
I've decided I'm off in. We may not if there's an. May the golden order.
Do Godfroy for an Altus boss. Kill Meriga or whatever the fuck. Sure. He did do a lot of the play that I wanted to do. Actually, hang on. Since he doesn't have this set up. Oh wait, that might have been an Altus boss. Yeah, let me prioritize Altus bosses. I'm gonna kill this dude and then run to Godfroy. See if this is fast enough. This thing is cooking. I'm trapped? Hilarious. Huge. Okay, we go incants, we run towards Apostle. A little bit of counter threat surprise motherfucker action. Love to see it. Okay, I can skip the most expensive incant, which I think is the 7k one. Huge. Do I want to push the god bosses? I think I do. I'm gonna let Soldier God Barefist only hang out in case he is, like, tempted to do it. Because that would slow him down. I'm gonna leave it there. I guess that might mean that I would then have to block row 5. Okay. It did slow him down a little. Do I have a bow? No. Do I still want to do this? Then I would have to watch out for the backwards diagonal. I should be progressing Godric either way, because it's a tree spirit. I shouldn't be doing this right now. Yeah, the problem is I do need a block on the diag, so I do need to do something about it. And I do have, like, one dead already, and he had to slowly kill a different one that I can then kill, like, in one shot. Oh my. One dex away. And then I get to use all this int, hypothetically? Holy shit. Wheels are turning. I think I want to leave Godric for bow only for the block. If he's trying to, like, get the block quickly... Okay, here's what we do. I'm gonna kill Apostle to make poker wieldable, and then we're gonna kill Melania. For 30 int. I've also got the shit. Sheesh. Any runes hanging out? Oh, I guess I could have used this, actually. Whatever. These guys are pretty weak to magic. Alright, here we go. Fine. The main calculation with this play here is if Woofy goes for Remembrance bosses as quick as he can, he's going to have a harder time with bows. Unless he synergizes, which would be a little bold. I should probably be Ash Warring instead, but whatever. What? Alright, I need to chill the fuck out. I'm tilting a little, I can feel it. Dude! It's true what they say, like, Death Poker does make you play, like, way more brain dead. Alright, I'm gonna fuck with his mind a little bit. I'm gonna go dupe. I'm gonna go dupe. That might make him think that I killed somebody else. Like Godric or something. What am I doing? Dude, hit the thing! There we go, that was clear. Oh, it's a perfectly fine weapon on Melania. The deaths had nothing to do with DP. DP just kind of makes people turn their brains off a little bit. Which it did. Also just trying to, like, push myself a little because I know that he's got, like, balls, but also, like, my weapon's very good as well now, so, like, I really shouldn't be trying to overcompensate. Where's the tree at? Over here. Indeed. Alright, we try again. Huge resistances. Kind of surprised I can't, like, wear more than this, to be honest. Death Poker's not that heavy, right? I need to see if there's enough time. She stays down for so little time. It feels like there's not enough time to get an Ash of War off, like a full one. I don't know if that's true or not. I'll watch my stamina consumption a little. Yeah. Should I still be here? Probably not. Alright, I think I may have fucked around a little too much this game. I think I may have fucked around a little too much this game. Hello? Soul. I just realized Woofy hustled me because he's been playing in Bonanza, which is a 2v2 base game event, so he's like still very familiar with the base game. He just isn't familiar as much with the 1v1 stuff. I've been had, guys. I've been had. Forgot Bonanza was going on. Oh, shit. Alright, we get the grace of the painting for later. Skamazing, indeed. That was a little bit of a hustle way to frame that, not gonna lie. Shouldn't have let him have balls. I think if I had sacked Godric, I get the god bosses, but all's well. I can't see anything ever. One of the other things, by the way, that does cause me to squint in these dark catacombs and like the run to Moog and stuff is I do have like a bright light shining in my face, so I can't see the screen when it gets dark very well. Sounds like a you problem. Oh. Oh yeah. Bro, he's insane. Stop it! Fuck off! Of course. Can't rot me again, idiot. Normally I don't take the riposte, but to slow down the rot, it's good with the iframes. Um. Okay. Actually, I think I just mop up the Kayla Dragon Barrel bosses. How many students or keys do I have? 1. Nice. Insta reaction, bro. No shot, actually. What? Please, I have no idea what his poise is at. Dude, that's so cringe. I'm pretty sure that reset his poise. Oh yeah, Watch Dogs, good point. Dude, I'm so fucking annoyed, actually. Dude, chasing him down when he does the spears is like so nice. He just like did everything possible to troll me there. Fucking hell. It always happens where like you do one and it just like everything goes wrong, and then this one's gonna be like fucking hitless, super easy, barely an inconvenience. Can he tell the future? Does he have magical powers? Do you have the firebolts? You do. God bless this weapon against stalling bosses. Until they stall so hard that even these things can't catch up with them. Egon's bow. Wait with me. Like to break into Stormvale if I could. Yeah, I do like this weapon. Again, favorite Colossal by a good margin for me personally. Full Moon. This one kind of sucks, right? Surely it'll still be able to kill Godric, though. I could do the check that Aggie did, I guess. I bet Woofy also found Death Poker. He's been kind of cooking. It scales with Int? Really? Where am I going? Nope. Crossbows don't scale with anything. Kind of forgot about that, actually. Cool boss. Oh, it has something kind of funky going on with it. I don't want to equip it because it'll make me jump weird. Reveals true worth when wholly infused. Blah 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 blah.
It's tightly booked. The guard you'll breach the fair.
I can wield this, right? I didn't really check. Yeah, definitely. If you say so. I love Stormveil. Dude, sometimes they have, like, gamer tracking. Sometimes they just, are bots. There's literally no rhyme or reason to it. Actual fuck's sake. Decided against checking the crossbow? Yeah, surely this will be fine. It's +8 after all. Got some rot bolts. Does indeed. Swift. Yeah, we'll get there for sure. Ah, timing a little bit off. Dude, he's on a tear. Ah, it's still too early. Really? How is he not rotted yet? There it goes. There's the timing. I feel like half the time he does that, which he just did. The, like, roll to the side thing or whatever. I think I actually get this Grace and then look to go underground. I think he is underground. There's a lot of stuff down there. I get a little bit of value along the way. Get this Grace for paintings and NPC bosses. Yeah, that was a +8 crossbow, and that did take a minute. I should grab this Grace for patches. Probably should have grabbed the last one since I don't have to come back for the painting. Oh well. Given that he probably has a lead here, I might want to sneak downstairs. Just go, like, grab the Grace in front of Mimic. Mark Tree Spirits or something. Or painting rewards. It's like not tell him that I'm down there. Try and get him to pivot out. Yeah. It's just always slightly disadvantageous to be the second person down there. Okay. Surely that was Regal. So now he goes into Gargs. I think I gotta go NPC bosses. I can win with the squares that are still in Stormvale. But I need one square from downstairs. I think the bow thing was kind of a mistake. I saw, like, Stormvale as a potential avenue to victory, but it's an avenue to 12, which is the problem. Only 12. I didn't count properly. Red Wolf and Snowfield. I mean, Loretta Red Wolf for a painting reward might be a way. Maybe. Although I've got enough progress on paintings, I don't need to do that. I should have read his 30 int as Radon. I don't know why that slipped my mind. That was a big mistake. I made a couple miscalcs in this late game. That and the goofing around with Melania. So I think I want the Grace here. I think I'm gonna try and full send the Gargs, hoping that maybe he pivots into like getting some NPC boss progress. It's like that could hypothetically be the first square I steal down here. 3 minutes since Ancestor was marked. If it is Gargs, then it's this. If by some magic that wasn't Regal, this game is in the bag. If that was Regal, which it probably should be, it's gonna be tight. Yes, Mimic Tier is an NPC boss. If I get Gargs, I immediately pivot for the Stormveil stuff. Tense moments. Stamina. Please stagger. Ow. Huge. Alabaster's Lord Sword. Jesus H. Christ on a cross. That was very, very good for me. Actually, if I finish on the third Tree Spirit, I can get a Grace for the Red Wolf. If I, the Gelmir Tree Spirit, if I finish on that one, I can get a Grace for the Red Wolf. Never mind. I think that means he's got a... I don't actually know. I don't know what his third one might have been. Surprised he went for that one first. That felt like one of his first very obvious mistakes this game. I don't know, like it's hard to tell what somebody else did, but that felt like a mistake. The fuck? Could split NPC bosses and paintings. But I think I've got enough paintings progress that I think it's okay. I think it's okay to go for. I guess the way I lose is if he does somehow have some weird painting progress that I can't fathom. Like, maybe. Maybe the game gets weird. Thirsty? Me? Yeah. Ran out of water. Not entirely true. There's a tiny, tiny swig left. I mean, if he did do Loretta and like the Liurnia Tibia, that painting, like, I don't know, maybe. Is possible. Either way, this has been a nice game. A lot of fun. Of course, I don't have first step, but yeah, there was a part in the mid game that I was feeling myself a little too much and got a wee bit cocky and let some shit slip away. I definitely could have locked up this game a little bit more firmly, but I was having fun. And bingo's supposed to be fun. And did we get it? GG's.
GG's.
That was a good one.
Yeah. Man, I had a major duelist incident. As stupid as that sounds.
I did some dumb shit as well. That's all good.
It's like, oh my god, like it was some pretty bad gameplay, but it was probably funny to watch it, I guess. But
I died like 3 times to Melania trying to get God Boss int.
oh yeah, dude, I had the same thought. But I was like, I could not be greedy with the God Boss thing.
Yeah, you didn't have the luxury. I kind of did.
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather done Melania than like do, you know, all the other little shitters. But yeah.
Why'd you do Red Wolves?
I'm sorry.
Why'd you do Red Wolves?
I honestly, I just felt like I was behind on everything, and like I probably should have the mentality of like trying to steal stuff that you're holding.
You were underground, right?
But mainly, I went underground. Yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to take at least something out of underground. So Ancestor Spirit and a third of a square felt reasonable because I couldn't wield the Watchdog staff. I'm sure that's what you use for the guards.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They demolished the Gargs.
Yeah, like after pumping the int, like I did not have any strength to wield it. I was like, Great Katana is going to be kind of meh. On the
Great Katana. Where did that come from?
The warrior class.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So I said I was joking about banning it. I don't know if you heard me say that, but
Oh, yeah. I went with Caestus at the start.
oh, okay, nice. What'd you end up running most of that?
Istis until...
The fuck?
Until what? Was it Watch Dogs?
Okay. You don't gotta do me like that, Jack.
Actually, hang on. Let me look. Yeah, Caestus until Watch Dogs. That was Watch Dogs staff, because I didn't have crystal darts, but that shit cooks them, so that was fine.
Yeah.
And then Watch Dogs staff until I went back to Limgrave at some point and found Despoker in the Great Sword check.
Oh, okay. that would have made Int a lot better then.
Yeah. I, as soon as I found it, I was like, please,
Yeah.
let me get the
Yeah,
int.
no,
That's why I was so fervent about Melania. Like,
yeah. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, like I did the skip into the duelist and Caled and just died to him.
Wait, did this skip into what?
Into the duelist and Caled from Third Church.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and then died to him. Tried to run through the stupid cave or whatever it is, and then forgot how to do the skip, and then went to the duelist in Limgrave, tried to do the explosive physic, and that was just a shit show. It was just such a time sink thing. It's like mildly embarrassing. Yeah.
Good thing
that was,
good thing nobody's
bad.
watching. There's nobody in this call.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was still fun, man.
Yeah, it was a good game. I realized a little bit through. I was like, holy shit, Woofy hustled me. I forgot that you were in Bonanza. It was like, holy shit, you haven't played base games since like vanilla. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, we haven't played each other. I
Yeah.
haven't played
And then you were
with
starting to
anyone.
cook. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Now
I
now I see.
yeah, I think a little more sleep under my belt, and you know, probably would have been a little bit better game on my part, but I don't know. Getting beat by Caestus, man, that hurts a little bit.
I mean, it's a fine weapon if you're in a pinch.
I guess.
I did have like a couple really tragic, like late in the fight deaths that would not have happened if I had a higher DPS weapon though.
Yeah.
Like, whoops, Radon, I died at like the very end of phase 2, and Tree Sentinel, I died at the very end of Shield Guy's life.
Yeah. That's not right. I had just mainly the deepest deaths, which were plentiful. But So yeah, man, GG's. I've played enough bingo, I think. I'm all bingoed out for the day.
Yeah, jeez. Thanks for the game. Oh, don't forget to
Yeah, man.
fill in the match results.
Oh, yeah. Damn, any more dropping, like, bad. Alright, man. I'll tune into your stream or something. I'll catch you later.
All right, catch you later.
See you, Jack.
See you. All right, let me finish killing this lady. I don't know how she whiffed. That was the end of the fight. She definitely killed me there like 9,000 times out of 10. Where's Frostbrock though? There it is. Okay, cool. Oh, perfect. Tom and CBD are playing. Let's go. All right. We get to content steal. Hell yeah. Get to do a little content stealing to end the night. Spectacular. That is exactly what I wanted before my broadcast day. Which, by the way, if you didn't hear, nuclear pasta Tom. I will be the co-caster tomorrow for our one game. Let's go. Hell yes. Viewing. Not in ranked queue. That is in fact a lie. Yo, say to Rink! Thank you so much for the gifted sub, dude. Thank you. Getting closer to meeting our goal for finals attendance. Huge. I agree, Pass Jack. That is indeed huge. Thank you for the follow, Mega Soybean. Welcome on in. Alright, where's the board at? Board. Alright, I need to get in their lobby. Wait, why is the board a weird size? Oh wait, that's the wrong one. That's the screen capture board. Wait, what the fuck? Where is it, the board? Here it is. There we go. Okay, let me get into their lobby. Right at the start of the game too. Absolutely excellent. You'd love to see it. Okay, let me also finish reporting that match in the old Bingus Clubus. Oh, I guess if the loser reports the other person, it's just done. I don't need to do anything with it. Cool. Let's go. I gained back the MMR that I threw to CBD that one other time that I tried the rank system. Amazing. All right. Let me catch up on some messages. Hell yeah, commentary will be great. Thank you, Furtive. I agree. It should be mega fun. Hello, good sir. Love your content. Will we see any matches that I play on stream today besides commentary? Wait, what? Love your content. Will we see any matches that I play on stream today? Like I'm not in the tournament. Is that what you're asking? Or were you saying am I still playing more bingo games? I'm done with bingo games for the night. We're gonna commentate these guys' game to keep myself as warmed up as possible for tomorrow. And then we'll be calling it a night. Finally, yes, current casters are good, but you've been listening to them for years. Hell yeah, some fresh perspectives. I love the excitement. I'm very, very happy to get to have this opportunity. I can't wait. It's gonna be tough to sleep tonight. I better practice my dad jokes ASAP. Nah, dude, no dad jokes. Only deadpan innuendo and bingo analysis. That is the Peppa Jack trademark. That's it. That's all you get. Sorry. Unless I fill in for a 2v2 right now. Nah, sorry. All right, on to the match. We got a 2-square lead for Tom in a line. Both are interested in Tree Scent Duo. Has a nice shared mutual block with the top right diagonal that Tom has and the column 2 that Tom has. But currently not working on anything in row 5. And it looks like Tom's actually way ahead on this as well. Gets smacked around a little, so... Okay, CBD may tap out if he loses this. We shall see. This could be a shitty one. Hopefully not though. We got Square Off versus Battle Hammer. Yep. Yeah, he is not very happy about that one. Is there a reason to finish this? Bosses that ride a horse, duo trio bosses. That is pretty big. That is pretty big for the column. Any tree bosses or anything? I mean, that's plenty of synergy as is, so not a huge deal. Hi, Phoebe. Usually she does this when she needs to pee. Do you need to pee? Wah. We can go pee real quick if the game isn't looking very good. Ow! Don't bite my face, bitch. Question was about my plans for the rest of the stream. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yep, just doing some Peepo content stealing, some Peepo popcorn. CBD looks like he's in a bad mood. Get your teeth off of my wires, dog. They're not for you. They're me only. I need these. Baby, stop it. Why do you, when you get picked up, why do you instantly go into mode alligator? Don't do that. Don't do that. No. You hope the puppy is a cute tie? Dude, that'd be so sick. I do not, though. I think any tie that I have is going to be too big for her. I'll see what I can come up with. I like the idea. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'm going to get attacked by the dog at some point. The duelist incident. I mean, it wasn't the only duelist incident today, Woofy, so you're in good company. Alright, don't bite my shirt. Dude, you're poking holes in all of my shirts. I'm gonna have to start another fundraiser for, like, replenish Jack's wardrobe from all the Phoebe bite holes. Stupid puppy. Yeah, I found her, like, I had to, like, dump my laundry on the floor for some reason or another for, like, a little bit because I was, like, using the hamper for something else. And, like, I leave for, like, 2 seconds. I come back and she's, like, buried in all of my clothes, chewing up my socks. I'm like, fuck off. Goddamn dogs. Yeah. Just the puppy phase. That do be what it is. Dude, these guys are sharing a brain cell. On to Knights Cavs next. This is often what happened when, like, two players who are really, really good play bingo against each other. They both see the same shit, go for the same play, and just, like, one person just, like, kind of stays ahead. And if, like, the person who's behind is kind of, like, in a bad mood from it, they have a hard time breaking out of the continuous snipes. Tom also, I feel like, always just kind of keeps going if he's feeling himself and feels like he's doing the right thing. Oh, God. What are we pacing for? All right, it's potty mode. It's emergency potty mode. I'll be back in just a sec. Baby. I can feel it coming, guys. I can feel it coming. Be right back. All right. I was so correct. I was so correct. The vibes were on. The vibes were on point. All right, we're back. CBD got a square. Let's go. All right. Huge. Huge. I mean, he's got a certain amount of stuff on the board. I feel like Tom is gonna know that CBD was chasing on some of the horse boss stuff. Lake of Rots. Kind of surprised he's not finishing horse bosses, but maybe he's out of easy ones. Oh, he's probably got Tree Sentinel. Maybe he's more concerned about actually dealing with the threats. The thing is, like, this is not a super active square right now. Like, not super relevant for a lot of lines. So, not, like, the most important that he closed this out. Even though it would be nice to capitalize on some of the stolen value from snipes that Tom made on him. I feel like that thing is always sitting in the back of your mind as a player, that like if you committed time towards a square that you would really and that then got sniped, you would love to see that value converted somehow. No, Phoebe, stop it. Oh my god. Yo, Mary, thank you for the follow. Come on in. Okay, what are we looking at here? Darrowell. Everjails. All right, pushing out the row 5. CBD refusing to block with Wormface. Okay, so I'm going for the Crucible Knight. Makes sense. Are there any duos in Everjails? There's not, right? That's just a Night Rain thing. Yeah. There's a fair bit of synergy that you could milk out of the square, though. Like, they already got the Tree Scent duo. Watchdogs on the board. Misbegotten is also a good one. Oh, you were just over there. You were just over there on the bed. Go to bed. Go to bed so the people can see you. Crazy girl. Okay, so Tom had the square-off weapon. He was choosing to fight Tree Scent with the Battle Hammer as opposed to the square-off weapon. I don't know if that's better. I feel like square-off is like built for Tree Sentinels. Pierce, high poise damage. Really nice. Oh, that actually knocks him on his ass? I didn't know that. That's cool. Baby, get out of there. Get out of there. God. Oh, the puppy exploration mode. All right. CBD's in Radon with Rotkeistis. What are we doing here? Hitless, it looks like. Tom was out of blues, so he switched. What? Oh, I see. Yo, that's actually so clever. All right, fine, you can come up. But stop biting so much, okay? Okay. No, immediately biting. Stop it. Stop it. I'm gonna have to take anti-puppy biting measures that you don't like having fingers shoved down your throat and stuff. Do you think it's better to repose Crucible Knights or knock them down? It is 100% better to knock them down. They have that Crucible effect where they take less repose damage, and knocking them down just like is faster than taking the riposte in the first place. Does more damage. Brother, how long have I been muted for? What the fuck? Wait, did Phoebe do that? Did she do that with her paw somehow? How long was I muted? Like 20 seconds? Dude, she did. She touched my fucking stream deck and muted me. Oh my god. You little piece of feces. Stop biting my shit and muting my mic. Oh my god. No. Oh god. Evil. Alright, we'll put you back in your happy place. This is where you like to be, right? This is where you like to be? Huh? See? Look who's happy now. Not biting. Just hanging out. Oh my god. Don't kick my head. What are we doing now? Ornery, but it's adorable. Yeah, pretty much. I was listening to that. Where are you going? How old? 4 months. Right at the start of the big teeth. Alright, there goes Worm Face. I mean, Tom should probably just bingo. Like, he's got Sacred Flasks for all kinds of, like, along the way, like Tree Scent Duo and stuff. Should probably just do it. To be honest. And she's very cute. And she's oftentimes not as annoying. What's going on? What? How are you even squeezed back there? You were not that tiny. Land Shark phase. Yep, more or less. More or less indeed. Hi. Ow. There. Now you're trapped. I got you. My fingers are safe. There's nothing you can do about it. Now do you want to get down? No. Still want to keep biting my hands? Alright, is Tom actually going to bingo? He usually only bingos people when he's feeling sassy. So, I guess that's the real question. Is Tom feeling sassy? What? Yeah, what are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now? Okay, Tom going for more seeds. So it looks like he is sending it. Alright, at what point have you gotten enough attention for the time being where I can finish my stream in peace? What do we think? Stop biting my shirt. Loaf. Loaf of pup. Ah! Fuck! Sharp teeth in the scalp. Alright, that's enough for the time being. Yes. As much as I love hearing nothing but the panting of your breath in my ear, I would like my music back. Gosh. Alright, is this what he needs? Is this it? Going to Junction, so probably not. Probably needs the one by Gillica. Yep. Is this it for CBD? I missed how many he had. Looks like 8 almost or something. CBD getting Roderica's seed. Okay, that is a dad-approved toy. CBD going for the one in Weeping. Okay. If this is Tom's last one, Brian seems to think. Seems to think that this might be the last one. No. Tom's going for the seed by Radon. I can't tell who's ahead. I have no idea. Okay, they're both going for the seed by Radon. So if this is the last one, CBD's ahead. Or, I mean, Tom is ahead. Fun fact, Miley Cyrus has her teeth insured. How do you know that? Why should we care? I feel like teeth insurance is probably like a pretty normal thing. Isn't that just dental insurance, right? Oh wait, Tom's going for the Grace. This could cost it. There we go, it's perfect. She just needs to stay there. What the fuck is she doing? Boom!
You already had some before you killed Wormface. Or am I just dog shit at this game?
I had the 2 from Stormhill Shack, and I had the Grace next to the Tree Sentinel duo. And then there's killing
Damn
Wormface
Reaver.
gives me 1 right next to it.
Yeah.
And then
Assault
I did
Farm U is crazy right now. Mr. Benjamin, if you can shut the fuck up, I would appreciate it. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, and then I grabbed the 3 other Altus ones, and I did Castle, or not Castle, the Mountaintops, Golden Seed, and then I did the Kaled one.
Why Mountaintops? Is that fast?
Feeling
Because with this
sassy.
skip,
Yeah,
it's
kinda, I
only-
guess.
it takes like 30 seconds to grab it.
Excuse me.
Oh, someone's getting slammed. Someone is getting slammed. Oh, someone said sorry, Diva. Oh boy. 07. Bye-bye, Mr. Chatter. Bye-bye. Why is he taking the time to talk to him? I feel like that's an easy, just like, try again later. I mean, that guy who was like yapping to me about Discord, I didn't perma him, but like, I don't know. Shut up. Like, who asked? Who cares? I guess I'll change the title for just like a little bit of the outro. I don't know if they're gonna do another one. I don't know if I have another one in me. We'll see. We shall see. If they get going kind of quickly, then I could maybe cast it. Yeah, dude, that's so real. Like, who just like shows up in a chat and decides like, you know what, today is a great day to just be a little bitch. Dude, this guy's still going, and he's not banned. Just sounded like you were crashing out, like that you were lashing out at chat. Maybe I misunderstood. My bad. Yeah, this is way more. This is way more. I'm surprised, honestly. Although I kind of feel like CBD likes doing this. I feel like he kind of likes having a little bit of a fight with somebody being a bitch. Just see him in character. I want to like unmute and ask Tom how he's doing or something while this is just like going. It's content. It is, yeah. CBD can be salty, but why would you be a dick to somebody clearly not happy at the moment? Yeah, I agree. Like, kicking somebody while they're down is like literally the definition of like not clearing the bar of being a shitty human. Like, I don't know. It's so easy just to like not say anything at all ever, especially in the keyboard. Like, I mean, I like for my job, I have to say shit. Like, I have to talk and say my opinion and stuff, and every now and then I might say something that's like a bit too like harsh or uncalled for or whatever, just because it's like off the cuff stream of consciousness, you know. You just say shit, and sometimes it's like, whoops, maybe I could have phrased that better or something. But like as a keyboard guy, like you have to like literally, like nobody asked you, right? You gotta like reach to the keyboard, type in all the things, contemplate, hit enter. Like, it's so chill not to do that shit. CBD has nothing to prove. He literally aced the whole roster in season 4 and would have went undefeated from the finals if not for blanks. Yeah. I mean, You could say he's maybe got
Okay,
a little
hi.
bit of a chip on his shoulder from this season because
Hi. Everything good?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Uh, yeah. So
the shit in his chat was
I don't
funny.
know. I just I got the mountaintops one, and then I got the
Dude, how is this
Caleb
guy
one,
not
and
banned?
I
Like he's
just
still going.
ran to the Grace by the teleporter.
Yo, what up, Jacko Jack?
So like it
You
could have been
found the right
faster,
place,
but I wasn't
my Jack.
sure if you're gonna mark it if I
Mark.
memory of Grace, because I
Feel
didn't
like a
want
Reddit argument.
memory of Grace.
I mean, there's a
my
ban
money
button.
away.
It's very easy.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um,
Did you get the Grace before?
While they're talking, I should
Seals?
open the window. It's starting to get a little hot
Yeah.
in here.
Okay. Yeah, I died once to
little
True
fresh
Sentinel
air in.
Duo. I don't. That's why you got that square. Oh, my game.
The
crashed. I
undefeated
don't know if
season
that
was
made a
insane. It
difference.
really was, yeah.
your game crashed.
Yeah, when I tried warping to Altus,
The
it crashed.
blanks just like
but
fucking
I don't
broke
know
the
if that
meta
made
in the
too much of a
finals.
difference.
That was such a cool season. That's where I discovered
I did also
my
die, so,
deep
I mean,
deep
I
love of
maybe, I don't know,
bingo.
maybe could have, but
Was that time?
When did you? Where in the fight did you die?
first one, halfway through.
Have I ever seen the indie platformer Pumpkin
And
Jack?
how close were you on the?
If it's an
when I
indie
marked it?
platformer, chances are, unless it's like
70% on the
unbelievably
torch
famous, I
line?
haven't seen it.
Yeah, maybe.
I
He
don't
did a
really, I
follow-up
don't
that I
really
wasn't expecting,
platform.
and then,
The
yeah,
most
it was
platforming I do is skips.
unfortunate.
Were you +7?
12.
You're +12.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go for seals?
Yes.
You gonna bring it back?
You're +12.
That
Then
Nazi Shepherd?
did you go to
Keen eye. Yes, indeed.
Halleck Tree?
No.
Well, I didn't go to Caelid, so like I
I feel like there's gotta not be all that much to talk
I
about on
probably
a
answered the fight
6-square
before
bingo
you.
game, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah.
I guess Tom probably has questions. CBD's probably just like, go next.
Okay,
Boof.
so I'm not sure if it would have been
So cute,
a
yeah.
snipe. I mean, maybe.
Thank you. She's a pretty girl.
If I didn't die, I would have got you. I'm pretty sure. I don't know
If you
about
say
the
so.
crash. I'm pretty sure because
He is feeling sassy, isn't he?
70% of the way.
I
through the
called it.
second one, and then,
I knew it. I know my Tom. I know my Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
You respect that CBD engages and doesn't just ban
Maybe.
I guess
like
I
a
don't
know.
parent. You
I
can't
don't
let it go on too long.
Yeah, what happened with Scion?
Yeah, I agree.
I mistake like him.
I mean, usually I just try and like,
the
if somebody's being a
pre-dying
dick,
sound for
I
the
just
enemy
like
felt
mention it to them. Like,
sound
by the way,
a
that
lot,
was like not really the
so-
best way to say that. Like, no big deal,
Yeah,
but you know,
that's
think
just my
about it
bad.
next time.
I
So
don't know
you-
if.
But if somebody
you
is
did
just
an
being a
early
bitch,
mark.
like, whooshaw,
It would-
off they go.
Like when you marked it, it was early. He didn't die
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah.
Okay, mine died when I marked it.
She's just
Yeah,
basking in the glow.
Okay.
Where'd your ball go?
I'm pretty sure you just still would have gotten it.
I'd throw it if you brought it back.
I gotta start being more ballsy on him, just because like I'm pretty sure like no matter what he does after the first square off after you get a riposte, you'll just hit him anyways. I kind of
You can get hit out of it if he times the if you like if he can knock you out of the square off.
Okay,
which
so
is
it
bad.
It does take a step.
All your
did
enemies
you
do
get
nothing
the
but talk in their
insta
echo chambers.
stagger
How many
at the
enemies you
start?
got?
Yeah, I always.
Okay.
Yeah, we had probably the same.
I have
fight,
no
just,
idea how many enemies I have. Hopefully
I
they've
guess
all
the-
just
the
left.
attack he did
I-
after.
I had an
If there are
annoying
folks who don't
poke
like
as
me.
the initial attack that hit me, but I still
Mhm.
staggered. Then I had the scream and I didn't commit, and I just waited. And then I had the golden like buff.
Hang on.
Yeah, the what buff?
I want to
had
see if
the-
there's something
the
funny I can
buffing
do.
of his weapon.
Oh, he buffed him. Okay. That's fine. Dude, 2 games back to back that Or we're just
Do
over.
you have to have images? Fuck.
Yeah.
I was gonna make a tier list of like who enjoys base game or
another?
post game chat the most.
Yeah, I'm good for another one.
Okay.
Oof, we got annihilated, dude. Unabashed. You probably like
You didn't
walked
see
to
the
a,
previous game. See, unabashed. All right.
Right, you probably
You
go to
didn't see the
someone's
previous
wedding and
game.
you say to the bride like, "Damn, you gained weight."
Yeah, you
Like,
have to
that's
use
not,
you have to use
you
photos.
know.
Fuck. I was hoping I could just like
That's
type
not a
something
good
real
thing to
quick.
say to people.
Oh yeah, Night Cavs was also like a.
Hang on.
I don't know.
Hang on.
It wasn't.
We can do it,
It
in
was
this.
weird because the Night Cav got stuck on the other side of the bridge.
Yeah,
It like
same as
it
me.
like rotated all the way around,
Bro,
and then it was
that's
like,
what
I'm
happened to me.
gonna just run straight into this bridge and not go onto the bridge. I'm like, bro, what is this? Yeah. Did you go for Everjails?
No. I went for try to get Radon hitless.
All right, what do we
or
think?
Horse boss, and then obviously everything else. And then I got hit because
Aggie and
did
Sirius. I
grab
would say
balls
Aggie
into
is
something else.
a enjoyer, but not like a peak
then so
enjoyer.
I
So like you could
went up
put
to,
maybe Aggie and Sirius in the same camp.
put the elevator back up, and then I went.
This is
for
definitely
flash charges.
blank.
I when I got the bridge grace because I needed to get that anyways because of the
CBD might be here. Sometimes I feel like he's
the
over it, but
seed, but-
he does
Yeah.
he does go for a while. Obviously, Sled in the league of his own.
Okay. So when I marked Wormface, were you in Altus?
Who else?
Yeah, I mean when he marked it, I just got the grace.
Do you
to
think
Bridge
Aggie
Merchant, and
is,
then
is
just-
less
yeah,
so?
just started
I feel like
getting
he.
everything
I could maybe put him in
else.
B.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think
Okay.
I'm
Maybe Parky as well.
Oh,
Actually,
I
no.
got the
Parky
last
likes
one.
to learn things in the
So
post.
it would have been
We'll put Parky in A.
yeah,
Gray
my
and
last seed would
C.
have been the
Sure.
one in Altus, the one by Wormface. So I'm guessing I went
Okay.
for probably a really long one.
I'd probably put myself here as well.
'cause I
What were
started with the Golden Seed.
what were the seeds you did that were? Oh, you started with it. You actually did. Oh my
Sweat-
god.
Sweat
I
is
was
in
thinking
Go
of doing
Next.
that too.
I always do it now with because I mean you don't.
Sled
you
is
don't
in
need
Go
anything
Next
else
tier.
as a starting gift. Really, like Stone Sword keys are.
No,
Kinda
nobody
whatever.
dislikes post game as much as Swed.
Yeah.
Where's the skip?
Domo?
Is it just a regular skip of getting down
What
to
do you think about Domo?
like the catacomb from mountaintops?
Who else do we
Uh,
need?
No, it's. Have you seen the skip that like gets to Borealis a little
Chris.
No, I mean I
quicker?
probably
Like
have.
you drop
I-
down on
maybe-
the cliffside and then you
maybe
drop onto this big
Actually, no,
rock,
but
and
Chris
then
is a
onto
C,
this
no?
slanted.
Mitch is a
Rock.
I
post
don't
game
know
chat
Dwayne
enjoyer.
Johnson was in this game.
Yeah, the Rock Johnson. Yeah,
Nah, Aggie has
Um,
questions. Aggie has questions that he likes to ask.
it's
Not like super interested, but
Lane. It's
he
like,
does want to know how he lost some things sometimes.
I have to
Domo
show
and
you
A. I
visually,
could live with that.
show you the spot.
There's
and
also
then
some times where
everything after
Domo will
that
go
is
on like
free.
a totally
You
different
just look at
tangent.
your VOD too, so it's no big dealio.
Mitch.
Yeah, that's true.
Does have no collision? What the fuck?
Yeah, Mitch does like to yap, doesn't he? Josh probably pretty low on the list, I would imagine. Yo, Josh. Mitch is beyond S, dude. Nobody's more than
are
these
you
guys.
a DOC gamer now?
I don't think. All right, who else? Who else?
No, let's do another base.
I
Like,
don't
we haven't had,
know the
like an actual
French
base game.
guys
Just
very
had
much.
2 stupid games.
I blame Jack, honestly.
Yo,
Yeah,
they do be my fault.
this wouldn't have happened if you just played me, Jack.
It's true.
I didn't. I was in a match. I was in a match.
I know.
Likely story.
I was a little late. Did you win?
Yes, it was a very good one. I'm currently making a tier list of who enjoys post-game chat the most.
Blanks is number 1.
Yeah,
Sweat is at the very
yeah,
end
yeah.
of it.
Swed's in his own tier. Swed's in the Swed tier.
It's like, yeah, there's not much to talk about when there's like, I don't know, like he had the most eventful game of his life.
What would you say, CBD? I have you in A tier with like Blanks, Tom, and Mitch being an S tier post game chat enjoyers. Would you say that is accurate, or would you put yourself up with them?
I'm S tier. Yeah, I don't know.
You're a post game yapper for sure.
No, there are times where I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes when I end a game and I'm like, dude, I gotta use the bathroom. I usually just go to the bathroom and just kind of stand there for a bit and then come back.
So maybe in the B tier with Aggie, maybe.
I mean, like, I guess it just depends on
the day.
Maybe
Depends on the day.
The day who I'm talking to, I guess. Yeah, it just depends. I'm A minus, B plus. Who knows?
Tom never talks that much in post game. Where have you been?
No, he must mean Tom as an Aggie, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean there are some games where I don't talk much, but there are games where I try to go through the whole thing. Yeah.
I feel like I'm missing people relevant to this season. Where's the roster?
There should be a tier of I hate you, and then it's just serious.
yeah, we could put him there for sure. Oh, Dan, Raydans.
Did he smash his controller after the Lanciax snipe?
Serious?
It disconnected. Yeah. I don't know if he smashed it.
He got a little.
Okay, so he probably pulled it.
I don't know Roma like well enough to tell.
Got all, yeah.
Yui,
okay.
Yeah, Yui's maybe a B. He does like a good yap, but not always.
I dropped my controller in frustration. I don't know if I've ever like.
I feel like Raydans is kind of a go next type of dude.
I don't know.
Maybe
threw it.
I've only thrown it into a couch.
Ness is a yap enjoyer. I might put her in the Aggie tier, like a little yap, but not like a ton.
That's the strat. Dude.
Not gonna go like super crazy.
Next snipe, I'm unplugging it and launching it, and I gotta go over there and get it.
Just launching it into the wedge.
All right, I'll move him up. If you say so.
I may or may not have Asmon smash. What does Asmon? Wait, is that a particular?
I can put Roma up here as well. Roma.
Asmon smash.
I don't know anything about Gustav. Gino Machino C tier. Is this finally a list where Gino Machino is not like everybody's goat? How about Twisty? I haven't gotten to play Twisty
dude.
ever.
Who did that?
That would pretty much be everyone. We've not really seen.
Was it Chris?
Irony U.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think this is everyone.
I don't know if I can pull this up on stream.
Who plays games.
Oh my god!
6.
Yeah, I'm not putting that on stream. Jesus.
Anyway, we'll file that away for later, perhaps. File that away.
Bro smacks his forehead and then just collides it to the desk. That's crazy.
I've head smashed. Oh, I was gonna say I've head smashed my desk before. You got like a hard forehead. It's no big deal. It's a little show of frustration.
Oh, you can see the mark on his bro. That's gnarly. Bro, wait, what just happened? Oh god.
I hope they start soon, because otherwise I'm not gonna have time. Although I guess the late game is the one that's starting tomorrow. Not the early one, so it might be okay. Bye. Oh, hi Phoebe. Are you back? Are you back to this? Wow.
You might have to manually stop Elden Ring because it can't close right away.
Yeah, that's
But-
the worst.
Hi. What's she squeaking about? You wanted to come up here.
I think it's a spiked Festus and a Omen Killer Cleaver or Omen Cleaver, right?
Yeah, it might be the spiked one. Yeah, that's what
A
I
little
have.
part of me dies when I see the Cestus and it's not the spiked one.
Yeah, me too, honestly. When I see that, I'm like, I don't want to get that.
I feel like ever since people told me about the Tap R2 tech, I've been more keen on that weapon. Like, it does a good enough job until you find a replacement.
Yeah. I like having Pata for base game and DLC now too.
Yeah, pretty solid.
Wait, does Pata have the
Spike
same
Cestus is
Tap
even
R2?
better.
Yeah, and it has impaling thrust, so and it's pierce.
But it's got a different charge R2, doesn't it?
I don't think the
I don't think it's a different charger too.
Wait, but Kaisis doesn't have that super fucked up like one-hand charge R2 though, right? That a lot of fists do.
Oh, I don't know about the one-handed charger too, but the two-handed charger too is 2 punches, I think.
Right. Yeah.
The follow-up is 3 punches, and I think the same is with Pata.
Okay.
I'm ready
Are
when
we
you are,
good?
Tom. Yeah.
let's do it.
Good luck.
All right, good luck.
Good luck.
Yo, what up, Ninja? How's it going? Okay, you want to get down now? Or are you hanging out? Choice is yours, Miss Phoebe. Don't eat that. She's gonna mute me again. She's eyeing up the stream deck. All right, what do we got on this here board? All right. Got a Darrowwill Blythe. So something to be aware of as far as Radon is concerned. Borealis into in a line. But dupe, always important to be aware of. Summerstone Bell Bearings. Oh, I just got a nice cool breeze of night air. Hell yeah. Nice. Just won a banger last square Renala bow only in season 6. Hey, nice. Yeah, I played Woofy actually. We did a ranked game and it was a very nice game. Went to 13-11. Tom has Elemer starred. I don't disagree. Elemer's kind of nice on this board. Are there any region squares? No. No region squares. I feel like boards are typically better when there is one. Is it like kind of tweaks how you route certain things? Hell yeah. Yeah, I mostly like what Tom has starred. I mean, I could easily star Eleanor, I think. Actually, with Millicent there, it's quite nice. CBD doesn't really use the star system, I guess. Let's see, how good is Radon? Elder Lions. There are a couple of kill squares with like the bows and the whips. Radon's a little tough with those, but not the worst. Crucible Misbegotten Duo is cool. Money for sorceries, I guess, but yeah. Misbegotten bosses with Crucible Misbegotten Duo, that's kind of cool. Weird board, I would say. New to bingo, what do the stars mean? Excellent question. The stars are a system that, like, it's part of the app that, like, we can put them on the board, and just means, like, pay attention to this. So, like, I, as a commentator, a spectator, I can, like, draw your attention to something. Like, if I were like, you know, Radon is kind of interesting here. The Crucible Misbegotten Warrior Duo synergy is good. I can star these. There's a little delay on it because I am trying to get the board to be synced up with their boards. But yeah, it just puts a star on it. It means nothing other than, hey, look at this. So the players can use it to kind of like visualize what they're interested in and how it is laid out on the board. And then, like, at a glance, you can be like, okay, the squares that I'm interested are over here. But yeah, it has no bearing on the actual mechanics of the game. Actually, I should bring this down a little so that you guys can see the CBD subtitles in case he starts yapping again. Ah, whatever. That's fine. Also, if you are new to bingo and have any questions whatsoever, this is like the perfect time and place to ask them, because I will be reading very intentionally what you guys are saying, and I do have the time and the wherewithal to be able to chat and answer questions, because it takes a whole lot less mental energy to cast a game than it does to play. You think going into Academy on this board is not bad? Sorceries. Top's key on a diag. Diag that is terminated by Borealis. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't really see a whole lot past that. Yeah, I don't know that I'm super interested in Academy. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. PP poo poo kicking. Kakaing. You got it. All right, so both of them heading towards getting their torrent, choosing Gatefront for both of them. Kind of an interesting decision. Not entirely sure why that is. Oh wait, no. CBD turned. He's heading up to Aguilag North now. It's a tough it's tough if you leave that diagonal. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, again, Borealis tends to play a central role in a lot of games, so I guess if you get Borealis, then, like, all of a sudden Academy becomes pretty spooky. Incantations is mostly just a cash square, which Borealis is the king of, so if you went Borealis and just, like, said, screw the int, I'm gonna get the sorceries, then you could go Academy, but I also think there's enough synergy in Misbegotten bosses that you just don't really care if you have to block with that. So, how many books do you need for 14 incants? 1. The one in Eastern Liurnia. You basically, like, you just warp to Ruined Labyrinth, run south through the fire camp. In the fire camp, there's a incantation on the ground. I think it's like Flame Cleanse Me or some shit in vanilla. And then you ride across the rock bridge and kill the Lightning Knight, and his book drops 3. You give the book to Corin in Altus, and that's Bob's your uncle. Okay, so Tom progressing Stormhill, which is why he went for Gatefront. Wanted to get a little closer to Stormhill first. Meanwhile, CBD choosing to progress Liurnia, grabbing a ritual pot? Money? This is a ritual. Is the ritual pots on the board? Did I miss that? No. Okay. Column 1 Radon. Yeah. If you get Borealis. I think Borealis is kind of like the linchpin of all these ideas that I'm seeing, which I feel like it very often is. I'm going for an early Rot Grease. And into the Halig Tree. Uncommon, I would say, for Tom to eye up Halig Tree. I wonder if he's trying to get the 30 int just, like, off rip. Maybe his starting class had a lot. I guess they have the same starting class, so. Okay, so CBD has his +7 smithing stones all set. Going to Inner Aeonia for the +12. Not sure if he has a weapon that he's eyeing up yet. Also don't know what activity he might be eyeing up as well. Currently no effort put towards doing Blithe to open up the ability to do Radon without locking yourself out of the square. Of course, when you mark that, you also free up your opponent's ability to do Radon, so maybe leaving it tactically in order to slow down your opponent is not super uncommon. But we'll see exactly how much like emphasis they put on Radon. Is Tom gonna get Revenanted? Yes. It's coming. Alright, CBD in Southern Aeonia. Again, all set for the +12. Looking at Roundtable. Is the book in Stormvale Castle or Roundtable not as good? I honestly don't know because that Incance route is so fucking good. I've never even bothered to look. Wow, that is a pretty terrible Roundtable. There is a Scythe. That's probably what I'd be most interested in. He might also be interested in the Curseblade Cirque Backhand Blade. But I'd probably be more interested in a Scythe than this Kestis. I guess it is a spiked Kestis, like... Yeah, I'd probably rather have the Scythe. Although, actually, Borealis. Although, he's kind of hard to hit with fist weapons because he's big. You would do +15. If you do +15, you should go all the way. Because that's the 15 mark is Somber 6, which, therefore, you have Lake of Rot to finish. So, you basically only stop at 15 if there's, like, money problems. Can you use Muriel if Bellbearing Hunters is on the board? Can you use Muriel for what? For incants, sorceries? You can if that is the question. But if you're asking like if Muriel's Bellbearing Hunter counts, then yeah, definitely. I mean, you could again like with sorceries is a bit more like flexible routing. Incants like the run through Liurnia is so free. It's so free to get the square. Like there's no reason I in my opinion to not do it. The Incants in Roundtable are a fuck ton of Stone Sword keys. Having to go through Stormvale is a bit of a waste of time. I think that book only has 2. I think I don't really know. Not off the top of my head anyway. Tom has a Bewitching branch. I just saw. What the fuck does he have that for? I'm trying to think. I mean, Haligtree Medallion is on the board. Did he start with Bewitching branches just for a potential Haligtree Medallion? That'd be kind of wild if so. Rock Grease here from Tom. He has a large club. I don't know where he came by that. Was that on the starting class? The hell did he get this? There's no squares marked, so I can't, like, remind myself of where he's been. Great Hammer checks are not incredibly common, though. Every other Incant book is 2. Hilarious. Yeah. That and the one, like, the missing one just being on the way as well. It's just too perfect. It's so chill. Nice Torrent Tech. Early phase transition. I believe he whiffed the Kukri there. Stalling move. Okay. More Frost Breath. Tom has a lot of vigor, actually. I guess that's part of why he went to Haligtree. He kind of dumped a little bit of vigor. Dude, I've had that happen. I've had that happen to me. And there goes his Rock Grease. I mean, Borealis is a risk. Like, it's not, like, free. But I mean, it's kind of free. But it's not, like, free, technically, I guess. Map Genie's lying. Damn. Where is CBD going? Okay, he's doing Daryl Blythe. He's in the Mistwoods. Trying to open up his ability to do Radon. He was probably hoping Tom would do it. I'm still wondering where Tom got this weapon. Where did Borealis go? There he is. Not the greatest damage. Is Tom plus 3? Trying to get a bleed proc. He's definitely not highly upgraded. He bought it from Kale. Oh my god. Clever girl. Ooh, huge stagger. I feel like he didn't drop his Kaistus or something. Although that would have been what he upgraded if he did upgrade anything, I think. Alright, so 2 bleed procs. This is not going very fast anymore without the, what? Without the rock grease. Okay, first square, CBD, Darrell Blythe. Huge stagger again. Gonna try for one more bleed. I almost feel like just hitting him with the large club in the head would just be better at this point. But okay, he does get the bleed, so I stand corrected. He's so fast on that mount up. I'm never that fast. All right, huge Borealis. CBD's way further ahead on the clock than Tom is for some reason. I don't know why Tom's stream is gonna. Okay, that's a little bit better. And Tom is actually going for the church, dude. Finally, somebody's doing this. This is huge. Somber 8 right there. Well, I mean that doesn't really matter, but actually, does it? Wait, this bell bearing gives 5 and 6. No, he still needs the 7. Rushing Borealis is deranged? Not really. It's kind of just the meta. Especially if you have like an early strike weapon. So now he can basically go Lake of Rot, I think. Okay, he's getting Shifra. Yeah, again, that was just like +3, I think. +3 smithing. You know one tech that I can't believe people haven't been using that would save a ton of time? The Memory Stone in Dragon Barrow. It's mostly just that getting to Dragon Barrow is not free. That's why, I mean, if you were there, you would definitely go for it, but getting to Dragon Barrow is not free. Takes time to go there. We don't have a Grace nearby. We don't have Grace near Third Church. We don't have a Grace, we have to do Celia skip to go the other way. Yeah, once you're there, it's obviously very fast, but it's quite a jog. Okay, so CBD eyeing up maybe Somberstone bell bearings. Checking in with the merchant. Didn't see anything he liked. His chat was in the way. I couldn't really tell what was there. He did grab Cragblade, it looks like. I mean, if he is going to use Spike Kaistus, it does make sense. What else is he dropping? Red Bear Claws. Oh, right, for the Somber. Yeah. That makes sense. He could just upgrade the Kaistus. He doesn't really need to do the seal. Oh, he's out of cash? Yikes. Okay, maybe he did. Maybe he did need to use the seal. Well, although actually the Kaistus is probably cheaper. It's probably cheaper to upgrade than the seal. Seal is like more expensive than its actual weight, like compared to other weapons. So if you had like a 1.5 weight weapon and a 1.5 weight seal, it's going to be cheaper to upgrade the weapon. It's a little weird. It's like basically everything else goes by weight. It's still cheaper than like basically, I think it's like about as expensive as like a 3-pound weapon or something. Okay, going for Radon. Maybe eyeing up the row 4 pressure. Like it does put pressure on Millicent and Vike. I don't know. So Tom has not turned the Borealis money into anything just yet. He's just sitting on 100,000 runes. The power of Borealis is typically being able to do something with the cash. Where the hell is he going? Is he grabbing this incant? Huh? What about a zero seal? It doesn't come up that often, but it's somber, so it's just like a little different regardless. You basically have to start with a zero seal or like be rushing the seals or something like at 3 in order to have one. I just don't know off the top of my head, but the smithing one, I mean, they do cost money. I think they're very cheap actually. The somber ones. I feel like I've seen it be like 130 or something per level, which for somber is like hilariously low. Okay, yeah, Tom's doing weird incants. This is gonna be way slower than the other way of just like killing the knight. I guess if he doesn't feel like he can kill the knight very quickly, but nah. So he already had to run like all the way south from Scenic Isle, wasted progress to get one single incant. At least, unless that's a book. Is that a book? If it's a book, it's not like the worst. So if it's a book, then he just grabbed a number of incants equal to killing the knight, but no incant from running through the camp. And then he still has to get one more, and then move Corrin to Altus and all that. Where's he going here? A Misbegotten boss? It's cute. Oh, there's an incant down here. Sure. I don't know. Maybe he's timed it. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. It doesn't look great to me, but it's like a number of ports. Also, if he went for the one in Liurnia, he'd have a grace for Preceptor Miriam, which would be nice. Did he move Corrin? Okay, that is a book. So that's 2 then. Okay. He did move Corrin. When did the fuck did he move Corrin? Whatever, maybe I was watching CBD. Okay, having a nice Radon here on CBD's side. Extremely low vigor. Oh. Ooh, nice. Nice run around on the shockwave on the ground. That was very scary. That's like the main move you don't want to see. He had to quit out like 5 times. Okay. So CBD's got access to Crucible Misbegotten Duo right now. He's probably interested in that. Send a little fuck off energy on Radon, give him the time to dupe or whatever, and then put some pressure on the Misbegotten bosses. Not doing it. What is he doing instead? I would definitely be killing Misbegotten Warrior Duo right here. It takes like a little bit of time. And like, if he sits on it too long, then Tom has like Radon dead. If Tom is eyeing it up. So I'm not a huge... Is he waiting for sorceries? With no academy? I feel like you just are happy to do Misbegottens. Tom going for max upgrades. I say max loosely, like +8, +9, +10. It's all roughly maxed. In my mind. The little mind of Jack, who doesn't give a fuck about unbelievable damage. Also, we remember like the +8 death poker or whatever in that one game, and like the +8 like watchdog staff and shit like that. See, that's why I don't like give that much of a fuck about weapon level or like past 8. It's like all that stuff was just smoking like whatever we were going for. It really doesn't matter. Curseblade Circ for Tom. Curseblade Circ and the Seal. Someone asking Tom why he went for incants over the ints. Presumably the reason being that one is center square. Offense is the best defense. No. I've seen enough Blue Dancer motherfuckers die in the DLC to know that is not true. As with many things, if you're in a situation that is error prone, having a balance of things is typically what is best. Don't want to be all gas, no brakes. Sometimes you need to stop the car. Pretty good damage. He is going for sorceries. I feel like he's got a long way to go, though. I find this choice of block kind of curious. It's also like, because like okay, so here's the reason why I find it curious. Because if you mark Crucible Misbegotten Duo, it says that you're working on the diagonal block. It also says that you have Radon dead, so it's fuck off energy for dupe and restoring Radon's Great Rune. And also this like Elder Lions that Tom is eyeing up as well. It sends a lot of like piss off and go do something else energy, and also like tells your opponent that you're working on the block. It also blocks out the row 3, so it like interacts with center square in multiple ways. The sorceries doesn't interact with center square as neatly, I think. It's just the diagonal. Column 4 is not exciting. Row 2 is not exciting. I don't know why we're super interested in sorceries. Good thing CBD's deafened right now. Well, he's not deafened, but I'm muted. Do you try the jump tech for the baby rot? I don't really know what you mean. Does anyone love Blue Dancer more than CBD? No, probably not. I think he's the person who has consistently used it the most in bingo. Some folks have like tried it out. Tom was just giving me shit for not doing both Elder Lions at the same time because that's faster because they damage each other. And now this fucker's throwing kukri. Yeah, he is teasing my shit. This guy, dude. Blue Dancer is overrated. He is also often using it with heavy weapons. Yep. Does anyone else in bingo even love it? Aggie's tried it a few times. Pretty sure Domo has as well. Okay, so we got the sorceries. Now he's going for the dupe. I mean, sure. Does block out the column 1 if Tom had snuck into the Radon area. It's kind of interesting because, like, conversely, in a way, Tom's Elder Lions is going to send some fuck-off energy to CBD, but, like, CBD's ahead. Tom just doesn't know it. It's kind of weird. Oh, Tom dies! Oh, my. Maybe you should have aggroed them both at the same time. They'd be dead already. Oh. Were they criticizing for Aggie the same thing last night? I don't know. I wasn't there for that, I don't think. Grabbing the Grace here. Are we not duping right now? Oh, Tom didn't grab the Grace! Rip Bozo. Oh my god. Jeez. Alright, he doesn't get to tease me about shit for a for a whole week. I will not hear it. Oh my gosh. Skip a the grace, die to the lion. Goddamn. This is really bad commentary practice for tomorrow. I'm being like so mean. This is not good habit forming. He's skipping a grace again. Oh my god. I guess there's only one. Surely he won't die again, right, guys? Surely. Oh. Getting bonked like Sirius's desk. All right. Looking clean now. Nice spacing. Dupe mark. Not distracted. Jumps a paw attack. Huh. Didn't know that was a thing. All right, gets the stagger. Cleans it out. Now there's a top left diagonal all of a sudden. CBD is leaving. I still feel like you want to, like, if you leave Tom to get this misbegotten duo, your life gets still very annoying. Yeah, he's going back for it. He's going back for it. I guess, like, the thing is, also, if Tom had done the incants at the place where I recommended, he's basically at Preceptor Miriam, and this diag is really, really annoying. Does Darewill plus sorceries into dupe and Plyrodon? Probably. I mean, you could do Renala with it, but also, like, why? Yeah, no. Yeah. I don't think so. Tom is going to Vike? He's going to Vike. He's actually just doing this. 27-minute Vike. All right. Died to Elder Lions, but sure, let's try our hand at Vike. What could go wrong? I mean, he has a grace right there. Even more nice reason to grab that grace. I also missed him redeeming the bell bearing. I guess he must have, because his weapon's at like plus 22, I think. All right, Vike currently hitless. Wasn't able to stop the buff, so Vike has his extra poise. Patience from Tom. Taking the spacing. CBD in the Crucible Misbegotten Warrior duo fight. Oh, gets roll caught a little. Has to back off again and heal. He's got +2 flasks, which is cool. Part of that being going to that church early, runs straight into a running attack from Vike. Surprised that didn't, like, do more damage, honestly. Especially given how much Storm Assault does from Vike. Like, his little attacks feel like they don't do as much sometimes as they should. He still obviously hits like a truck, but good spacing. I missed if Vike had healed already. All right, gets out of one Storm Assault, waits out the after puffs, I guess. The gusts of wind that stick around for way too long for no reason. Rolling the jump attack. Vike gets his gargantuan heal off. I mean, his weapon's doing a nice job getting out of another Storm Assault. Nicely done. Good patience. Again, fails to stop the buff. CBD's got to be a little bit careful. Got to find the space to heal. Could be kind of tricky against Crucible Knights. They do keep up the pressure pretty nicely. Okay, lightning spam. Does he go for the backstab? He's trying. Gets it. Nicely done. Whenever I go for it, I whiff for some reason and get murdered, but whatever. He's him. That's fine. We've all made our peace with that. CBD, once again, gotta be careful. Oh my god, did he survive a Storm Assault? At that vigor? I don't believe it. Check him PC, dude. Also, Vike is very happy for this Asher War today. I can go like a whole fight and see it like one time. That one time might kill me, but ooh, big trade. Counterattack damage with a pierce as well. Oh my god, Vike just whiffed, actually. Massive. Dude, this guy's a little fortunate. This guy's a little fortunate. CBD's gonna see that and just be like, bro, what are we doing? Alright, Preceptor Miriam. They're both going for it. I believe Tom is gonna have a better time. He's got a nice long-range weapon. CBD gets shot in the ass. Tom's tree tanks it for him, so now they're basically at parity. How much of this might be mind games to just annoy him? I don't know. I think Tom legitimately thought it was a good play. Like, he's got a nice weapon for it. Like, the large club having, like, superior range and big stagger, like, is really, really nice against Vike. Like, great weapon to have versus him. You want to have something that can contend with the spear on range. And then also Vike, like, blocks out the row 4 from CBD. Like, I'd mentioned a little earlier that if CBD did get top ski at some point, like, that row is a little annoying to block. Well, now it's not, because it's blocked. Do either of them have daggers for the teleport cheese? Tom definitely does. Tom 100% does. I don't know that CBD does, because he went Aguila Lake North, and he hasn't gone to get the Academy key. So I don't know if he would have Kukri. And Tom also bought some shit from Kale, so he might have bought throwing daggers there. So that could indeed come into play. Oh, he's talking about it. Where do I get a fast Kukri? Or throwing knife? Damn. The other thing is, like, this is risky to full sends, because, again, if Tom had done the incants route that I always do, he has this grace. He has this grace for Miriam, so he'd be behind. You think Watch Dogs is nice for CBD? I mean, there are 3 catacombs. 3 catacombs is a shitty amount of catacombs, so like that is hypothetically a double square. It's still not super appetizing. 4 is a shitload, and there's not extra synergy with it. Tom already fighting Miriam. He skipped the grace as well. Oh my days. Oh, takes a big arrow to the face. Gets the teleport. All right. So now he just has to land a Kukri, and it should be free. Still, my favorite thing is when people come to do this the second time, and that elevator is up already, and people forget. It's like really dark in that corner, so people just do. Wah! That's just amazing. Nicely done. All right. Big snipe. Big threats here from Tom. I would love it if he bingoed this so that I could, like, go to bed. Not a happy man. Has a lot of money, too. Can't, like, mog out or anything. Gotta get some space and quit out. That was his one Kukri? Jesus. I feel like he had throwing knives, though. I feel like he went to Kale, and I feel like Tom would have bought throwing knives. All right, so is CBD going to go for the Watchdogs sooner or later? Tom's basically doing what Blanks did to Parky. Like, set up one diag, then go for the other. Dirty. Didn't that happen to me? Like the elevator thing? I don't think it happened to me, but I definitely was spectating while it happened to somebody. Okay, yeah, he is going for the, I think Aguila Lake North would have been faster, no? Maybe not. Anyway, getting set up for the Watchdog duo. I don't believe he has crystal darts yet. Tom is going for Watchdogs. He's going for the Liurnia one. I mean, this also kind of, like, gets him a grace for Shabriri's grapes. And she's grabbing the grape. He doesn't talk to Hayeda yet, though, no? And you have to come back here anyway? This is weird. Why not Millicent and Elimer, says Tom Chatter. Because... Why? Not really a huge reason to do that. Are the non-boss watchdogs ever worthwhile? Where in all of creation are those? Is it some like ass crack end of snowfields or something? I didn't know there were non-boss watchdogs. At least not off the top of my head. Going for the crystal darts as well. This is cool, actually. I like this. Progress towards one of the dangling watchdogs. Gets the darts he needs. Snowfield and Mountaintop's Catacombs? Yeah. You've answered your own question. Oh, actually, I guess that wasn't your question, but... Yeah, no. Ain't nobody going into those places. No, thank you. Okay, CBD's doing the same thing, actually. I mean, they've been playing like bingo with this square a lot longer than I have. Like, this is a old legacy style square, so both very familiar on how to route this. I will be remembering and stealing. There's 2 in the hero's grave in Altus, is there? That could be more reasonable, I guess. Can cheese them with the frostbite trap? Yeah. 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 I don't know. Well, at least with 3 catacombs on the board, they're definitely going to be doing normal watchdogs. Actually, Tom has pivoted. Tom is listening to his random chatter telling him to go Elimer and prosthetic arm, which is super fucking weird because CBD also just marked 30 int, so like the line is dead. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like the bingo threats are starting to wear thin. It's just weird for Tom to like start to progress it and then be like, nah. This play isn't like bad. It's just weird that he pivoted at 30 ints. That seems strange to me. I'm struggling to wrap my head around like why. Yesterday, Blanks listened to a chatter and lost the match against MPT. Yeah, I almost never listen to what you guys are saying mid-game. It's just like it's only like if I actually fucking missed something that I'd be like, "Oh, right, I'm stupid." Like, but if it's ever somebody being like, "What about this strategy?" Sorry. But I mean, sometimes I do miss things. It is always fine to point stuff out. You think Tom was ahead on Watch Dogs? Just need to finish his veggies. It's risky. It's just risky. It's also like if he loses Watch Dogs, I think he loses the game. So I don't think it's worth it to go for. Obviously, if he wins it, he wins the game. But I think like he's going in on a 50-50 win-loss where he could just like ignore Watch Dogs and get like a 70-30 win-loss. Because he gets time to go do some other shit, hypothetically synergistic shit as well. So I'm casting tomorrow. Yep. Yes, indeed. It's still not on the website as far as I know, unless it just got updated or something. I've been refreshing it throughout the day because I had wanted to avoid talking about it until it was like on the website, you know, set in stone. Don't count your eggs before they're chickens or whatever. But yeah. It should be I. As someone who is definitely not superstitious and definitely doesn't believe in curses, I don't want to curse shit. It was easy to read my expressions. Yeah, I don't have a good poker face. Very curious, do you guys get asked in ample time or is it a last minute thing? I was asked 2 days ago. So I wouldn't mind like a week or something, just in case I had like plans on a weekend that I wanted to rearrange. But that's enough time. That's enough time, I think. It's not like last minute or nothing. Yeah, I mean, more time is always excellent. Like the more time that you can plan things, like it just makes life easier. But you know, he's also got a lot on his plate. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna sit here quietly and hope I get invited to more shit and not give Domo any flack for having to run a very, very complicated event. I can't even imagine trying to organize a live LAN, dude. Holy fuck. His stress was stressing you out. Zoodle's stress? What was Zoodle stressed about? Zoodle's never stressed. Okay, CBD sitting on the watchdogs. Because Tom marked Elmer. Wait, did Tom mark Elmer as a false flag to be like, oh, I'm not going for the line, haha, and now he's going for it? Or no, wait, he's going for a duelist. He's trying to steal away the 3 catacombs, I think, from CBD's Watchdogs power play. I mean, duelist is on the board. Or wait, does he continue with the catacombs, or is he just doing this for duelist? I'm actually curious to know. Were there games today? Bingo Brawlers games? Yeah. We had our best match of the main event so far. Domo's catchphrase, this is stressing me out. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, it was indeed cinema. Good match. I still think the best games of the events are still in the preseason, and I feel like it's going to be hard for that to be beaten. I know I have my own personal bias because I was like in the preseason and like I thought the games were pretty fucking cool. But I do think that the preseason games were probably the best we're going to see. Like that event was just so sick. Just tons of amazing games. Oh, hugs. All right, dodges. No disagree there. Hopefully by the end of the event, when like all of the international folks get caught up in experience and stuff, hopefully then we start to get some like more really nice series. Like again, Sirius has been grinding, has been cooking. He's also had a little bit of a leg up compared to some of the others, but yeah, here we go. Tom is going for some of the watchdogs. I guess like if he marks catacombs, it'll just like scare the shit out of CBD and he'll finish the watchdogs, but I don't know, maybe Tom gets this. A little lost, I guess. The finals will be cinema. Dude, I really hope the games are good in the finals because like it's gonna be a lot of effort for people to go a lot of like distance to go to the finals. If it's like one single match and it's kind of poopy. That would be so sad, dude. Surely, if it's the 2 best players in the tournament, it'll be a damn good match. But as we saw, like, last game, where CBD and Tom just had the same idea, and just Tom just, like, slightly beat him to everything and bingoed him in 6 squares, like, I don't know. What's the demography of the bingo Discord? Like, who... What do you mean? It's like very worldwide, if that's what you're asking. Like very, very multinational. Not a lot of people from like, I guess, Asia time zones, but yeah, all over the Americas and Europe and even some like Middle East and India actually as well. We've got some India time zone folks. Dude, that's a great idea, Fotsy. Having some kind of like goofy thing, like as I mean, probably not like a halftime show, but like a pregame like showcase of something stupid. Like that would be fun. That'd be super fun. Dude, like one of the like stars you or Chris live strings attached or something. Like I don't know. Who knows? Could be fun to have a warm up act, so that like even if the finals is a bit like, like people still have a really good time. I think just like a 2v2 like 6x6 would be sick. CBD's been pushing for some boxing. I'd rather not. Deathblighted, yikes. Yeah, Tom's gonna bingo his ass. He told him he's not going for it with the Elmer, and then he's like, nah, actually. Oh my god, amazing. If Tom commits to Watch Dogs, he wins? Yes. Yes, he does. The other thing is, like, Catacombs is going to tell CBD that, like, uh-oh. But by then it's going to be too late. I guess there's a world where Tom goes for the 3 Catacombs and then just, like, doesn't go for the duo. This is Catacomb number 3. But I think he's, like, kind of prepped for the duo, no? He's got the darts, and I think he has a grace as well. I think he'll do it. I kind of wish, like, I feel like I should speak to somebody. We should have, like, a channel going in the... Oh my god, how is he alive from that shit? It's just, like, the perfect amount of HP. He's got, like, exactly the right amount of vigor and armor to survive exactly that hit. Oh! How is he still alive? We should have like a Discord channel talking about like the main event, like what kind of fun shit would be cool to have going on there. Maybe we should message Nike about that. He's a moderator in that Discord. Maybe he could put something together. All right, Catacombs. Oh my goodness, fucking ridiculous, dude. Fuck me. What? This is insane. Why is it going for that? Wait, that's such a season 2 thing to go for, dude. Whoa, nice. Nice jump. Is Tom going for it? He's definitely kind of eyeing it up. I honestly think he's going for Duelist here. I don't think he's going for it, which is insane. Because if he were going for it, he'd be running in a straight line. He's thinking about it. He's kind of weaving back and forth. But no, I'm pretty sure he's going Duelist here. He equipped the... Why is he running this way? It's so strange. I guess if he's like, if CBD's been working on it this whole time, then I've got Duelist ready to go. That's probably what he's thinking. Because, like, CBD hasn't... Oh, no, CBD marks larval to your enemies. Tom should know. I feel like Tom should know this. That this is free. And that deviating for the church is unnecessary. He's going for it. Again, the church strikes me as odd, but whatever. He's probably too far ahead to lose, but like he doesn't know that. It was also 12 minutes between when CBD marked 30 int and larval tier enemies. It certainly does not take that long to do that. They both have crystal darts, yeah. Yeah, I know Tom is like a really smart dude and very, very strategically minded, but sometimes when he like, specifically with bingo threats, like it never makes any sense to me what his logic is. Because like, sometimes it feels like he's just showing off and does a line or whatever. Sometimes it's like, maybe it'll work, and he just like farts along in the direction and like it just works somehow. But like, he's never all that methodical about it when he's actually interested in the line. I feel like if he thinks the game is pretty close, he typically won't bingo. But then again, he's doing this, and the game is kind of close, like square count wise. I don't know. His logic with the veggies, it's unknowable, inscrutable, implacable. I'm out of words. I mean, this weapon should... I mean, both their weapons should smoke this shit. Pasta with veggies. Indeed. Ah, oh, damn it, now I'm hungry. God damn it, furtive. Little whiff. Yeah, I mean these guys, like Tom and CBD, have been playing bingo like consistently among the longest. It's interesting how like there are elements of traditionality in what Tom does, but there's also a lot of elements of unorthodoxy. Like he's got like a lot of bingo fundamental concepts on Tom that he like believes in, but he also is one of the more off-book players at the same time, which does make him hard to play against. Like the Vike thing or whatever. Like just do Vike forehead. And like he was the guy who kind of pioneered the early Moog setup. Yeah. It's true. It's just like sometimes the logic of, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what like moves him to vibe out in weird ways or not. Sometimes he just sees shit. Sweat is the most off book. That is very incorrect. Sweat is one of maybe the most methodical. Like it looks like chaos, but like Sweat's decision making is very regular. Like you can very easily predict what Sweat's gonna do most of the time. Like he's a chaotic person and stuff, but like CBD didn't even
My
fucking
50-50s
flinch.
are ass. Absolute ass.
How is this a 50-50?
No, it was earlier. It was either Lions or you were gonna go for Radon.
Feel like playing with Bree unleashed something in Tom? Could be.
Only real reason I got in that situation. That, and I guess I just didn't go for Miriam.
Tom functions purely on instinct? Nah, that's not even
One of these
remotely
days,
true.
someone's gonna die going to Vike against me. One of these days. It's not gonna happen soon. It's gonna be eventually, though.
I feel like Tom is the most
I had a lot
off-book.
of health. I could tank hits.
Yeah, whenever I have a lot of health, I die, so...
Well, Blanks gets pretty off-book,
Fair
actually.
enough.
Tom and Blanks are both very off-book. Sometimes they overcook, though. They definitely sometimes overcook.
Yeah, I died on Borealis on the first attempt.
Good.
Good.
I was thinking about going Brawlers first, but then I just thought... I thought column 3 was just way too much of an issue.
Yeah, I figured Borealis would give me the money for incant.
Yeah, Tom's
so
a machine for sure.
suppose.
Does Bree still
why I
play?
went there
No,
for Center
she's got a
Square.
family now. I don't think she like streams anymore at all either. Oh God. There's
Sorry,
some CBDing going on.
I went to Borealis for Center Square because of the money.
Oh, and Dragonheart. Or did he use the Dragonheart, or...
Oh, for the incant? No.
Yeah.
I just
Did he pick up the
went
Bellbaron?
to. Yeah.
Yeah, I was always plus 12 to this game.
I was 22.
Tom, do you mind a quick question? I was curious why you didn't do the Liurnia route for the incants, like with the Dragon Cultist guy that would put you right by Miriam.
I just thought the other one would have been faster. But that weeping, I didn't expect that fucking book to like them to just immediately aggro to me right when I press A on warp. Like it was stupid. But like yeah, the Scenic Isle book and then the 2 incants at weeping are like the fastest. You want to finish with the 2 incants on. Well, you want to finish with the 2 incants on weeping, so you don't have to warp out or like quit out or anything.
Then you have to quit out due
but
to
I
bats
didn't want
or
to.
something?
I didn't want to spend my money just in case he got incants before me. So
I'm
I don't
unconvinced.
know. Maybe the other path is fast. I could have sworn that the Scenic Isle book is faster.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't timed it. It's just nice to not have to warp. Just like run in a straight line and kill the dude and you're done.
Sure. Yeah. Probably would have been. I was gonna do that actually for sorceries. I was gonna get the
Oh yeah,
sorceries
you get the sorcery as
there,
well. Yeah.
and then like get the grace for Miriam, but I did not do that. I probably should have done that with incants. It could have been better synergy. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, ever since
How
Furtive
come you went for
mentioned
30
food,
hit?
I'm very
I didn't go for
hungry
it.
now.
I just had the runes.
So I'm gonna raid out.
Yeah.
We're gonna raid Twisty. She's doing some practice for her match tomorrow.
Okay.
That's who we'll be commentating on. So yeah, go enjoy some Bingus practice. Say hi, be nice, and if she's interested in any help or whatever, feel free to offer it.
Okay.
I guess I gotta. We'll
it's
do a little.
That time for
We'll
me.
do a little
I'm gonna
raid
have
message
to
if you're a
hop
sub.
off.
Got time, chat. No
That
DLC.
time.
And
No,
yeah,
it's too late.
gonna go grab some food.
But yeah, thanks for
Good
playing,
God.
CBD.
I'm
Too
so
late,
hungry.
SMH.
And I will catch you guys
Good-
tomorrow
good
on the
base
main
games.
stream, the big broadcast.
game, good
It'll be
game.
awesome. I'm gonna be funny as fuck, and you better
Good
laugh
game.
at the things that I say.
All right.
And if you
have a
don't,
good
then I'll
one,
go.
guys.
All right,
Bye-bye.
Catch you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sweat.
Sled. Is he here? Wait.
I don't know.
Anyway, I'm also hopping off. Do be food time.
It's
Catch you later,
food time,
CBD.
chat. Bye. Are you
Aw.
going to are you going to the live event, do you think?
Trying to, yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, bye, Jack.
Bye.